Alright, ladies and gents, how are we doing today? Going to be jumping into the first map between Flipside and Envious Pro very shortly. I believe that we have the restarts and all that good stuff coming up right here, right now. So, without further ado, let's get into the action in the first pistol rounds. VP on the T side, Flipside kicking things off on CT. Flipside currently are rock bottom of the groups. They find themselves with only one win and I believe 13 losses. It's 13 or 14 losses. They are by far bottom, whereas VP are actually in a pretty decent spot around mid-table. They've lost 8, won 10. Actually, no, pardon me, it's the other way around. They've won 8, lost 10. So they are in a place where they can still make it work, but it's going to be a lot of difficulty to get their way up there. In the meanwhile, though, they'll be firm favourites to take this to 2-0. And it started pretty decently in this first pistol with Snacks locking on for the headshot. People going to take that completely out of context, of course. Using lock and aim in the same kind of phrase is never a good idea. But either way, Electronic, the new trialist, coming in for Shara, is of course in play today. Snacks, in the meanwhile, is going to pick himself up another frag. And it's actually got a lot more interesting than it was looking like at the start. The bomb has been planted, but now Taz is in a 1-on-2. And Markelov and Electronic are going to try and push his way towards the site. Here comes Taz, though. He's going to get headshotted down by Electronic, and he does have a kit, so he's going to get this defused. Flipside will get the first round. Fix sounds massively out of sync. Interesting. Try refreshing your stream, guys. Let me know if that helps. This has been a pretty consistent issue of Twitch on this channel. I don't know what it is. I've never had it on my own channel. I've never had it on any other channel. But apparently, if you refresh your stream, that should fix the issue if you're out of sync. The fact that some people are saying it's fine for them also suggests that it could just be a refresh problem. So go for that, guys, and then it should resolve itself. Anyway, here we go into the next round. VP with the plant are going to elect to get a couple of deagles in play, but not really expecting too much to come out of this one. That being said, Taz lands the tasty one-tap onto Blade, and that opens up A. Both the frags, the casualties for Flipside, have been over on the mid/A side, so this is going to force Markelov to now try and rotate himself around. Markelov is going to get 2 kills the FAMAS before Bialy plucks him out with a P250, and it will be a second consecutive bomb plant now for the Poles. Can they hold on, or are they going to lose out again? It's on Taz's deagle, and he's not going to be able to get it done. But 2 plants and 3 frags in this round is pretty damn good. VP will be certainly happy with this result. It's going to allow them to have a good buy into the next round. Flipside did lose quite a bit of investment. Thanks, Aldrich. Yeah, I think it was honestly just an issue with Twitch. So again, a lot of people are now saying that it's been fixed. So there you go. If you do still have an issue with your sound, guys, refresh the stream. It should sort it all out for you. But it is going to be a solid buy, including an AWP in the hands of Snacks. So they do have the range advantage in that sense. You can see Flipside with no AWP of their own. It will be a beautiful flash into a peak, and Electronic just plucks Pasha. He was totally blinded. They do have the boost up on top of the boxes. This is designed to try and pick off the smoke, but he can't see from that angle. It's more towards the box and the platform that it can spot. So Electronic is using that angle very well indeed. Flipside starting this pretty damn well overall. But guys, you've heard my thoughts. I feel like VP should be firm favourites to take this game today 2-0. Where do you come down, though? Do you agree with that? Do you think Flipside have a chance at maybe taking down Cobblestone? It's a map that they have got some decent results in the past. They're definitely not terrible when it comes to this map. Very slow round for VP. I suppose having to take their foot off the accelerator, especially considering they have an AWP in play, and that was at the cost of more grenades. They actually come into this with 2 smokes and 2 Molotovs, whereas Flipside still have a fair bit of utility at their disposal, including an incendiary. So VP trying to work their way onto the A side. This is where the FAMAS for Blade could come in. There's actually a double stack. He has his partner in crime of World Edit just behind him, so That could definitely be an interesting place. I don't know why the camera's switching to the other side of the map, but Taz is opening up with 2 huge frags, and now, with 13 seconds left, it's going to be VP trying to force their way onto the side. Here comes Garly, but he's actually going to be picked off on the cross from Markelov, who gets a triple at the end. Markelov, 6-2, and it seems like over these last few weeks, Markelov has started to pull his own weight a little bit more, that he's been getting himself really into these rounds, and indeed these maps. Winding back the years, Pasha and Neo still yet to get anything in terms of kills, though Pasha does have an assist. But that's the thing with VP, you never know what side of them is going to show up. You never know if they're going to be world beaters or struggling. Electronic is in the prime position to strike with his AK, trying to tap his way to victory up on the platform. Markelov in the meanwhile is going to be holding it down. It looks like VP will get another plant though in amongst the smoke, and it's actually a 3-on-3. Make that now that Markelov takes it away. Pasha and Snacks have some serious work to do. Snacks on 5 health now, and as expected, down goes Snacks. World Edits up, will ring out, giving a 4-0 lead to Flipside, but it is the 3rd plant out of those 4 rounds, which is keeping the economy ticking forward. You can see here that Yali has 6.2k. They have more than enough funds. They're actually going to go for double AWP setup on the T side of Cobblestone. That is interesting. Now, you're starting to see this happen a little bit more in recent times. It's happened at Gfinity a few times as well. I'm still not completely sold on this tactic, because I feel like so much of it is off the proviso of the CTs peeking and getting themselves caught in bad positions. It takes a lot of your explosive strategic play out of the window. And the way that Flipside have been playing, they've been playing super passive so far, so I'm very curious to see if either of these AWPs is actually going to time out. And VP typically aggressing with not too much time left to play with, so this could just come down to the explosive entry frags, which they have been losing out on. Heavy investment too, so this is going to set their economy back quite a bit. Flashbang, over. I'm not going to be following it up, so that flash, which is certainly looking like one of the last nades that will be coming out, somewhat used fruitlessly. No one following up behind that. There's a smoke, and then our Electronic is in a pretty good position, honestly. That smoke fends off the T aggression, especially considering they have the 2 AWPs, and now he can just bide his time and wait. VP have done nothing with this. They don't have a player up on A either, like lurking around long, for example, getting information for the team. So this is kind of what I was talking about before. I got a bit worried when I saw these 2 AWPs come into play. It just feels like VP are banking off a couple of key trades going their way, and it's going to be Waylander who is going to get 1 frag, but by and large VP have done a pretty solid job. It's Snacks and Neo both with kills of their own. It's going to be up to Electronic now to hold this off by himself. There's the first frag, 10 bullets left and a second, and he's dropped the bomb out as well. He is going to get picked off afterwards, but the damage has surely been done. The 2 AWPs now left in play, Pasha and Snacks, who've both got a kill so far in this round. It's the other AWP in the hands of World Edit that's going to have to come good. He's going to switch out to the AK-47. Pasha's going to get the bomb planted. And World Edit caught in 2 minds as to where Pasha may have scurried off to. Behind the tree. Pasha peering round. It's been spotted and he won't get killed. Somehow flicks around and World Edit will be put in his place. To see VP pick up their first round, but it was such a close one. You can see with the investment that's been coming in here for the CTs that they find themselves now in a bad position, economically speaking. It's really only World Edits on 6.5k. Maybe he can drop some pistols across, but it's more likely that he actually just wants to save his own economy just to get a healthier AWP buy. So they have the Zeus. The hands of Wayland. Let's see who's playing with it. Drop, pretty standard, nothing out of the ordinary. Here comes a flash into a blade peak, but down he goes. Next up to the plate is World Edit, who's good for the 1 frag, but no more. VP looking to plough their way through onto the A side once again. You see Markelov there, nothing he can do, just pistols again. And that Zeus spy hasn't really been useful at all. Bomb's gonna go down. VP with a 2nd round. Yes, I'm solo casting today, guys. I just got back from Gfinity like last night, super late. I think it was at like 12 at night. Didn't have a chance to organise a duo partner, so gonna be running it solo tonight. So as ever, feel free to chime in with questions or just general thoughts, and we'll get some kind of a rapport going. Also, my voice is wrecked. If you hadn't noticed, like, it's absolutely wrecked. So, yeah. Let's see how it goes. So, Waylander Zeus and P2000. I mean, that's optimistic, mate. to maybe land a couple of cheeky headshots through the doors. Down he goes. It's not going to be a great buy. Flipside only have 3.3k on Blade, so maybe a Mag 7. I'm feeling like the Mag 7 here. Okay, XM, pretty similar idea. Close range weapon that can hold off the likes of Drop, for example, but it actually looks like Blade is going to be running up along with this instead into danger, which is also fine. It's the same kind of principle, the same premise. Is getting smashed through this wooden door right now, and he throws out the flash and the smoke's like panicking, like how the hell does he know this? Down he goes for free. Not the first time we've seen Pasha being the first casualty of war. And once more, Flipside are going to get the best of this opening trade. There's the XM close range, puts a hole and snacks his head, and Piali with the spray through onto the smoke that was placed in mid is going to get the frag. So both VP players who are healthy are now on the A side of the map, but Waylander and Markelov quickly get themselves over towards the balcony. A decent rotate, but the key man could very well be Electronic. You can see him here. He's in a position where whatever happens, he has this rotation covered. So this allows Flipside to stick their last two remaining players on the balcony side. 40 seconds left now. It's about to become very apparent and very obvious this is going to be an A hit. They're going to hear the Molotov and see it landing on the back of the site. Pretty much a perfect position for both Flipside members, and there's no way of VP getting away from this. It's going to have to come down to VP just bursting out with some crazy one-tap entries. Taz has lost his teammate, checking the barrels behind him. Will land a frag, but there is Markelov straight afterwards to take him down. 5-2, and once again, coming off the back of Pasha dying on B plat. That's happened 2 or 3 times now. Still the economy for Flipside, not too great. A couple for masses. A better purchase than the last round at least. And VP into a force themselves. You can see no economy in either team. So this is, once again, one of those economic rounds where this could very well determine the next 2 or 3 rounds of play. Waylander with the FAMAS is going to get the first frag in a confrontation. There's Markelov too, close range. Pasha gets flashbang, can't see anything. And that's going to keep VP in drop for the time being. The problem is, though, you have to keep an eye out for Bialy because he's making a move up B platform. And the CTs for a few moments there weren't checking it at all. So there was a chance of getting himself out. Bialy's been dinked, but will answer back with a frag. Will let it with the fast shot. The quick flick, but he will get answered back instantly. And Bialy on his 10 health is proving to be a bit of a hero. He's not going down without a fight. Finally, he will fall, and it's down to Papa Biceps. AK-47 and 49 health, only a flashbang, plenty of time, but both Flipside players are pretty low. Oh, they would have heard that. Markelov definitely heard that drop down. He's just biding his time. He actually thought that Pasha's on the other side of the tree, but actually he's on the site itself. 40 seconds, he still doesn't have to rush into anything just yet. Doesn't have to fake the site or anything. Blade has been spotted. They line up for Pasha, but unfortunately just slightly off on the spray down. And VP will concede yet another round, and as a result of their economy being poor, Flipside now will likely be facing off against pistols. Maybe PT-50s, maybe a Deagle in the hands of Taz, something like that. But by and large, it is going to be a non-event this round, you have to assume. Yep, so Taz going to pick up the Deagle. We'll see PT-50s for Pasha and Bialy, plus snacks. And full rifles, which I'm totally okay with, actually. Flipside must have read the situation here. I can't see how they wouldn't realise that VP would be into an eco. And picking up an AWP and just getting rushed down could very well be a bit of a weakness on the map. So I'm totally down with this buy. Oof. Good night, Bialy. Get dumped. Although Snacks is going to pick him up on the retreat. Waylander trying to reload his gun. Will get caught in transition. Markelov now needs to be careful because there's a Taz looming overhead with the Deagle. And he will connect the shot. VP staying in this round for the time being, tossing up the weapon to give it to Taz. Neo is down to 39. This does put Neo up the creek without a paddle, and that nade actually silences him. But now Taz at least has an M4 to play off. But the problem is, aim punch, he's not going to have to deal with it though. He's going to be pushing his way in. I believe he was very low on bullets though, so he's not going to opt for that reload. I think the idea was to try and just get himself into the site as soon as possible, try and get that plant down, hoping that the CTs weren't in position. But unfortunately for him and Virtus Pro, Flipside were up to the task. So Flipside really surprising me thus far on their CT side. I thought this would be a fairly convincing couple of maps of VP, but it's been anything but. They currently trail 77-2. They said 72-2. That, yeah, because that's totally possible, Vince. Brilliant. And now Waylander, as a result of losing players, can pick up the AWP in the rifle rounds. Try and fend off against these pesky terrorists. Smoke at the front of the doors is going to keep VP back for the time being. They're not entirely sure if a CT is lurking in the shadows there, which is certainly the safe play. Also have World Edit now up on the platform, so far this setup looks pretty solid for Flipside. Fairly standard stuff, the 2-1-2 formation with Markelov playing the sweeper role in between the sites, and World Edit is going to chime in for the first kill, and instantly VP going to start to back away. It's going to be Snacks who's going to get the only kill so far though for the terrorists in drop. And now Markelov comes out into the hail of gunfire. Bit of a misplay, I think it's safe to say, but Electronic now is there to try and make amends for the fallen CTs. World Edit long range is going to get second best out of that confrontation. Neo takes him down with the spray, and World Edit had the AWP, so a bit of a rough state of affairs. Blade, in the meanwhile, came back, did also, more importantly, spot Neo cross the platform. So he's already in possession, but Neo with the flick, 3 kills in this round. You beast. And he's had a bit of a slow start, 6 and 8 at Bucharest. Of course, I'm sure all you guys in chat have seen the crazy clutch he pulled off on Overpass. And just generally, he was the MVP of the entire tournament. He was the guy that just lit everything on fire, but he's been slow to start today. If he can find his way back in, VP have nothing to worry about. But is that just going to be a one glimmer of the god Neo that we all have came to love and respect over the years? Flipside have another Zeus to play. Last time that was in drop, this time it's not going to be. The Molotovs are actually forcing the CTs out into the open, and they're going to be herded into the AK-47 bullets. Basher with 2, Yali with 1, and really nothing Flipside can do about this now. A couple of 5.7s, decent guns of course, but at this kind of range, in this kind of situation, this should be all over. Waylander's good for 1, so that's going to be all Flipside get out of round number 11. And in 12, they should have themselves a few more pistols, but not a buy. You can see here their economy has been completely flatlined. They still have the top fragger, which is Markelov on 12. Electronics just behind him on 11, and World at 10, so it's not a case of Flipside really anyone pulling away from the pack. You've got 3 players who are doing a solid job. Again, just a pistol round, really. With upgraded pistols, nothing you're expecting. World Edit's the next. World Edit is definitely going to have his work cut out for him, I feel, over these 2 maps. Obviously, he's the primary AWPer. The flip side, and Snacks has seemingly landed quite a lot of his shots so far. Again, pretty much just running out to the open, but the dude is 13 and 9, so he is top fragging for VP. Been doing a decent job. Of course, VP, a team that really multiple players can pick the AWP up on. You got likes of Neo and Pasha that are very solid with it too. Bomb's been planted. Flipside are going to be coming together through the doors, and expect this to be a massacre. They've done a pretty good job, honestly, much better than I expected with 2 kills out of that confrontation with double deke headshots, but VP, as expected, will keep the momentum going in their favour. Alrighty then, flip sides. What have you got in store? These last few rounds have been slipping away. Seems VP are starting to shift through the gears somewhat. Electronic has been pretty damn good up in his position. Must have spotted the legs through the smoke there. And will convert it into a frag onto Neo. I personally didn't see it, but I have old man eyes. So take from that what you will. Knock, knock, Metis. Who's there, Adrian? Well, then it's there. Snacks is going to go down. So a great start now for Flipside. Pasha's able to get his hands on the AWP. Flipside couldn't have asked for much better start than this, especially considering their utility is so low. I mean, you can see with a minute to play with, even with the kills, as they've just lost Blade, who had 2 of their flashbangs, and here comes Bialy. So hold that thought completely. It's on Will. Then he's going to get the one frag. Nearly gets picked off on the retreat. What is that shot onto Pasha? That must have been the top millimeter of his head through the stable doors. Oh, well, then you disgusting, disgusting man. That was crazy. Single-handedly locking down the round. I believe that was a 4K. It could have easily been a 5K, honestly. I'm trying to maintain some focus because that was so ridiculous. Here comes Blade with a double spray. Oh dear. 20 bullets down, no kills. Did do a bit of damage to Pasha. And then runs out into the open and nearly dies himself. He's on 19 health. What has been this confrontation? He's about to die from the nades. Clown School Counter-Strike, ladies and gents. I don't even. Awkward. From Wool that it's masterpiece to a bit of a derp moment. And speaking of derp, the camera just went to the opposite side of the map where nothing's happening. Don't you just love it? Here comes Snacks anyways, the last terrorist. Well, let's put down the bomb. There's a lot of time to play with, though, for Snacks. There's always going to be the issue. They're in a 1v3 on Cobblestone with the CTs fast rotating. You are going to be caught with your pants down. Flip side, looking good for a 10-5 lead. VP in the last round of the half. Going to have Tech 9 to the Deagle. And Snacks has the option of either or, honestly. And he decides with the Tech 9. So off this kind of a buy, you're expecting an explosive kind of strat. Playing slow with Tech 9s and Deagle, it's just not going to work. So here comes Taz. He'll be taking point. I believe that flashed up pretty horrifically. Landed in the eyes of the rest of his teammates. And there's another one. But Markolov needs to be trying to hold things down. It's going to be World Edit though, and Waylander who are in for the first kill. So here comes Charlie's Tech 9. He's going to get the one kill. And then meanwhile, Waylander nearly shooting his teammate in the head. Because why not? The last 2 VP members though are on the site. They haven't got the bomb planted just yet. And Neo tries to push straight through the smoke. And he's going to be right into the AK headshot of Waylander. And at the end, a Blade with the spray. 10-5. Got to admit, I'm a little bit surprised by this scoreline, boys. A little bit surprised. I thought VP would walk this. Of course, now it's on the CT side. There's every chance they could pull this back. Backlander, huh? Back edit. He's landed some pretty nasty stuff.
Counter-terrorists win.
I see a lot of you guys getting down on VP, but I don't think you can really take anything away from how well Flipside have been playing. You know, World Edit's crazy artwork. There's not much you can do to counter that. If he's going to land shots like that, you just at some point have to tip your hat and say, well played, good sir. Then you've had the likes of Electronic, who's been doing a great job on the B platform. Wayland, who's been holding off. Markolov, who's been playing really solidly on the A side. Sure, VP haven't fully shown up. There's no doubting that. But Flipside have definitely done themselves proud thus far. Yeah, VP do have a solid CT side. It could be a bridge too far, though, especially if they lose this pistol. I think the pistol is vitally important. I mean, it very often is, but especially in situations like this, where really one of the only lifelines back in, one of the only gateways back into the game, is getting the pistol for yourself. So, obviously the CT side can be a bit sketchy, a flip side, especially if they just charge together as one. There's a vast rotations across the map. It's one of the biggest maps in the pool right now. So, I'll be curious to see how Flipside aggress into this round. After DreamHack Bucharest, you're no longer NA-Anders, you're now EU Metas. Is there an NA Metas out there? Could I maybe just be Metas then? Thanks, bro. What's your take, boys, on the Royal Paladin? I want a yay or nay in chat. Royal Paladin, the M4A4 skin. You just saw it there for a brief second. It's kind of the engraved skin. I'm kind of torn on it. I mean, I think it's a decent looking skin. I just feel like there's much better ones out there. The Desolate Space is love. Let's see if I can jump back onto that again. I can't. Was it Pasha who had it? Or was it Taz? It's Taz. So it's this skin here. What do we reckon, boys? Of course, he switches the Incendiary. Why not? This one. Nay. There's a lot of nays there. Crunchy Taco. It's almost like I'm trying to fill in time while there's half time, bro. Right, next question. What do you reckon about the Neon Revolution? It looks like somebody literally exploded a paint shop with an AK in it and just colours. Just pure mess. I can't stand that gun. Anyway, here's the reason that you guys are here, and indeed why I'm here, and that is to see how this map plays out. VP now on the CT side in their pistol, having decoys there. One of the teams that will always seemingly go for the decoys, which is always interesting to me. I feel like it is a complete waste of $50. Not that it's really that important, though, of course. I was curious to see how Flipside would come into this, if we'd see a hyper-aggressive play, more of a slow play, and it seems slow play is the order of the day, but that's going to see Snacks push out by himself. You can see he had no idea where the headshots and the bullets were coming from. And that's one way to make this round a little bit more difficult and a little bit more tenuous for the CTs. They have a HE and a kit in the hands of Neo, so do you have a bit of incendiary? Nope, utility is the word I was looking for. Flipside playing this one incredibly slow. I mean, they are a really slow team on their T side, you know. I often say that kind of budget Na'Vi, you know, and how they approach, not quite as solid really across the board. They're always going to be the second best in that confrontation, but they have a style that's very reminiscent of Na'Vi. It doesn't make for the most enjoyable watching, but it can be effective when VP are pushing out one by one and dying. I mean, there's nothing wrong with what Pasha did there. He was kind of forced into a bad position after Snacks dies first. But now it's all on Neo. Is he going to be the god once again? Or is it going to be proven that he is a mere mortal after all? He has missed out on a lot of opportunities so far and will get put down by Electronic, who picked up 3 in this round. VP have conceded the second pistol. It puts them in such a bad position now. And they're in that kind of point on the league where I think they're floating around 8th or 9th in the league. But they're only 3 or 4 points away from, I think, 4th to 7th position. Now, my understanding, and do correct me if I'm wrong, someone in chat, is that the top 6 teams qualify for the offline finals. So they're in that kind of position right now at 9th, where every single map is vitally important. They can't afford to drop any. And again, coming into today with Flipside only winning 1 and losing like 13 or 14 maps, they'd have been firm favourites to take this one. I believe some of you guys said the percentage was like 17% for Flipside, which I think would be about around correct, honestly. So this would be a pretty big upset if Flipside were to triumph today. It is top 6. Cool. Cheers, Insomnia. So clearly VP in around that 8th, 9th spot desperately require every map they can get their hands on. Again, Flipside slow. That being said, most teams in this situation would be playing slow. They're up against a force. They're up against pistols. Don't want to get yourself caught out. The problem is for Flipside is that typically whenever I watch them lose on their T sides, it's because they don't mix things up. They're just constantly slow all the time. They get super predictable, and the enemy team does adapt. It's one thing that could be a bit of a weakness going through. And I can see VP maybe, if they can get that first rifle under their belt, pulling this one back. It's a big ask for sure, but certainly not impossible. Snacks trying his best to salvage something out of this round, but it's only going to be the 157 kill, leaving Bialy's Deagle with it all to do. Not going to happen, but can Flipside take a 13th? VP won't be buying into this. Expect to see a very similar round as last time with Flipside playing fairly slowly. The issue here now for the VP though is without that second pistol round, they are putting so much emphasis on the first rifle. So into the next rounds, where they'll probably be 13 to 5 behind. So you're looking at a position where almost everything stems from that round. If they can pick it up, they're still not out of the woods, of course. They've got so much distance they have to cover. It's looking really sketchy. Taz and Pasha both getting tagged up by the nades and the gunfire heading their way. Pasha is going to answer back with a USP headshot. And that's probably all we're going to see out this round for Virtus Pro. But this is the moment that we've been building towards. This is the moment where VP need to break free from those shackles and do something, because they've been so lackluster so far on this map. 13-5. Sometimes we get to like a 13-5 scoreline, and you had like a bunch of 1v1s, 2v2s, like really close rounds. That hasn't really been the case today. Flipside have been by far and away the better of the two teams. Electronic and World Edit both with 19 kills apiece. So let's see. I mean, Flipside are an absolutely brutal team to solo cast. I'm not going to lie here, boys. Especially if you happen to also be a play-by-play caster. Like, Flipside are just the kryptonite, man. But it seems like they're taking more of an aggressive approach through mid at the moment, at least with Electronic and Blade. I like that. They're trying to sell this fake towards it. Look at Blade. He's already got up through mid. Plenty of real estate. And with that, it's going to actually force Bialy out of position. You can see the bomb is still around drop side. So Blade has sold this pretty effectively. Nading up to the tree where Snacks actually is stood, and Blade is going to land the headshot. This is looking pretty damn good. Blade with a second headshot. He's been dinked on his way out and should get finished off by Bialy, but Blade with 2 kills and 35 health in damage to Bialy is massive. And now Neo, can he hold this off by himself? Electronic is going to get himself another kill. It's now on Bialy. There's the first one. He got 7 health left. But he has no interest in this round. And VP, who've put everything onto that rifle round, have been battered and smashed once again. Flipside are not letting up with this pressure. I mean, this is just classic VP, right? One game, gods. Go to DreamHack Bucharest. Just start smashing fools. Get online against Flipside, get wrecked. Mad. Bialy will not save his gun, and that leaves Flipside in a 9-round lead. VP have the decision. Do they want to force up and play the outright win, or do they just want to play for overtime? Mag 7 suggests that they are going all in on this round. I mean, surely the rest of them just buy up after this. Seems kind of strange to me that Pasha would go almost all in, but the rest of the team kind of play more of a passive approach. Flipside pushing up along and mid. We'll find Snacks, currently the only line of defense. He has a deagle, hiding up behind the plant pot. He's one with nature. Blade, the first player to fall. Snacks not able to connect the dots as there's just too many terrorists up in his face. And that should be a 15th round, barring a miracle. VP are losing players thick and fast. Would surprise me if Pasha just goes to save the Mag 7. It's fine in the next round, especially if he gets grenades behind it. But to be honest, when you're this far behind, does logic even play a part? I'm not entirely sure. What I am sure of, though, is if Flipside win both these maps today, I think VP now will be very much struggling to get themselves to the offline finals. That nade, though. Flashing that stables like a boss. So Pasha will be able to save alongside Bjarly. And our VP, simply put, have to win 10 rounds in a row to take us to overtime. Crazy things have happened, but not where the team's been performing this poorly. VP have simply not shown up today. Pasha's on 7 for 15. Snacks has landed some nice shots, but hasn't had the impact that you'd be looking for. I mean, no one has had, really, other than Neo, who landed a pretty sick clutch earlier on today. Other than that play, I can't remember a single VP moment that's been anywhere near what you expect from them. He goes in. Unfortunately for VP, doesn't connect on any players. Pasha now playing the close angle with the Mag 7. Currently, Smoke is helping him out a little bit, but that's going to disperse shortly. Electronic setting up. I'm not sure if he has the... Oh, he's got smoke in his hand, so he's going to be setting up for the smoke towards the drop doors area. About where Bjarly is now. Pasha's still on the prowl with his Mag 7. I mean, to be honest, the setup that VP has is pretty solid for this. But a lot of it comes down to how many kills can Pasha get from here. And the answer is an absolute nightmare, 0. Bjarly now with his M4 is the next player to fall. Everyone I'm switching to for the CTs is dying, and now Snacks in a 1-on-5. And this has pretty much summarised the entire map so far. Snacks is going to be padding his stats a little bit, going through into the end of this map. I'm sure that's what's going to happen here. Nice! Okay. One Snacks. Not going to happen. VP have just been completely obliterated from the hands of Flipside. And that is just their second map victory in the ESL Pro League this season. They now move... Let me have a quick check just to make absolute sure. They now move 2 wins, 13 losses. The VP will be moving 8 wins, 11 losses. And that's going to put them now in a pretty poor position. So, I don't know what to say, guys. I don't know how to analyse that. VP just simply didn't show up. They got completely destroyed. VP deserved a loss. And now we'll be moving through into map number 2, which will be after this break. So don't go anywhere. Well, I don't know, actually. If you're a VP fan, maybe you don't want to watch. I wouldn't necessarily blame you. But either way, we'll be right back after this short break. Alright, ladies and gents, we're just about ready to jump live into map number 2 between Flipside and Virtus Pro. It was a very rough first map, if you weren't here, with Flipside destroying VP 16-5 on Cobblestone. A scoreline that I honestly never saw happening. And interesting enough, obviously I couldn't see it because I was casting this game, but apparently Hellraisers beat Na'Vi on the mainstream too, so it's been a day of upsets here in the EPL. And VP will be hoping that they can somewhat remedy the situation. Train's another map that you expect VP to win on. But the way they played that last map, that's one of the worst performances I've seen from VP in recent memory. So, I don't know. If that continues, this could easily be a 2-0. VP are in a very sketchy position when it comes to the EPL now anyway. They're currently in about 9th, 8 wins, 11 losses. And that was only Flipside's second win in 15 games. Just to put things in perspective, Flipside are rock bottom of the league right now, even with that win. So, goes to show how much of an upset that actually was. And it wasn't just the fact they lost that game, it's the manner in which they lost. That really, honestly, baffled me somewhat. But here we go. We're going to be live into the second map now with VP on the CT side. This, a map that they historically have been good on. When Train first kind of graced us in the competitive pool, it was really VP that were firing away. Let's see if it can be another bedrock once again for them. Snacks was really the only player that did anything significant on that first map. Neo had a great play, but other than that, Neo was very much an absent member. And there we go, of course, the first frag going to go his way after I've said that. See if VP can turn it up here. Bjarly missing out bullets after each other, but to be honest, so does Blade. So that's one of the awkwardest confrontations that we have seen today. Blade will be put down finally. He had about 1 health, I think, up to that point. Electronic, who's proved to be quite the trialist so far for Flipside, with 2 headshots, bringing this round back to a 3-on-3. Flipside have time, they have the bomb, and they still have a smoke. So their options certainly are open as it stands. Markelov going to be moving in through team aim, but there is Pasha, probably the most absent member of VP on that first map. It's going to come in and he gets picked off, and Flipside looking to do it again. This pistol should really have gone the way of VP. They picked up the first 2 frags, and now it's suddenly on Taz. You can hear footsteps to his right hand side. There's the first one tap, looking for the second, but Electronic will get the upper hand, and Flipside will take the round for themselves, 1-0. Again, guys, if you're complaining about video desync, refresh the stream. It will fix that issue. It's an issue with Twitch. I'm not sure why. I have no idea why that's came in, but trust me, refresh the stream. It will fix your problems. So VP let that pistol slip away. Bjarly in Pop Dog. Pasha with the Deagle. And you got Neo in the meanwhile with the Scout. So, as far as 4 spies go, this isn't too shabby for the Poles. But can they get the frags is the question. They're up against 3 SMGs. All UMPs. Very solid. Also suggests, normally if you see the Mac 10, it's going to be more of an aggressive play with the extra bullets and just the faster fire speed. UMP more of the all-purpose SMG. See the foot betrays Bjarly. Rip in Pop Dog, good sir. Taz, typically the B player for Virtus Pro, is going to be there once again with the CZ. Expect to see that more in the future. Pasha lands the 1-tap onto World Edit. That's one of the SMGs dead and buried. Markelov in the meanwhile through onto the site, and the lone B defender has been neutralized. Forced bomb plant. And VP, it wouldn't surprise me a great deal if they actually just backed away a couple of these players and tried to save. I think they're going to go in for this one, though. They feel like they've got a good chance. If they lose this next player, though, I'd expect maybe the attempt at a save. Pasha does get the upper hand. There's no avenging frag for Flipside. What is going on? Waylander's all by his lonesome. They've got 2 players at the back on box walls. But this is allowing now the CTs to get some frags, and it's going to be on Electronic. He's got 3 kills so far, 11 bullets in the gun, is worried about reloading. But Snacks is going to pull back and save a Galil. And Electronic probably will die to this bomb. It's going to be very close. Oh, is he going to survive? Yes, he is. Just about keeps that AK. Sprinting for his life. Snacks with the Galil. Decent-ish recovery. But flip side, keep their winning ways. One of the reasons why I thought they may back off is they had a scout and they had 2 pistols with Kevlar. I mean, that then allows them to have a pretty good fighting chance into this round. But I can understand in the 4-on-3, they felt as though the chance was there to just charge in and retake the site. So it's fair play. They do still save anyway. Look how aggressive Pasha's pushed up the alleyway there. He gets silenced, but I can kind of dig that. I mean, he doesn't have much into this round, and it's effectively a throwaway round anyway for the VP side, so why not? Go for looking for some info, see if you can land yourself a cheeky headshot. Try and convert that into the round. But now VP will be backing away again. That's going to be into the hands of Blade, who's going to get the 1 kill with the UMP, and then trade hands into the counter-terrorists, but that's all they're going to get out of this round. May not even get that, to be fair. Neo around the back is actually going to flag himself potentially 2 frags. He's got the Mac 10 now, just switching away for the more bullets. Neo, in the meanwhile, on the other side of the train. Both on 6 health. Next bullet wins this confrontation. Wins this duel. And it's going to go the way of Neo. And then switches back to the UMP. The better of the SMGs, of course. Interesting that Blade's UMP has Dignitas stickers on it. Why not, I guess. Narrowly misses out on the frag, but Flipside will once again take a 3-0 lead. This is how Cobblestone started, and I think it was about 5-0 before VP picked up their first round on Cobblestone. So this rifle round is of paramount importance, of course, on Train. You really do need one of those AWPs in play. This time it's going to be on Neo. It was Snacks who was AWPing on Cobblestone throughout. Delay of in-game sounds, but casting is fine. Try a refresh, boys. It's a known issue with Twitch. Hopefully the refresh helps. Anyway, here we go. Once again, this round really is VP's chance to get back in this. But look, it's going to be Taz on B by himself. There's no one even close to him. It's not as if they had a player in connector. And now Neo is going to be coming in, but is it too little too late? The terrorists are all going to be exploding onto the site, but Taz is going to get 1 frag and drop the bomb. They're going to get a second one as well. This is unreal. Taz, take a bow. That was pretty sick. Be holding by yourself. And he stopped the push for long enough to allow Snacks to come in now, who picks up the AWP from Neo's corpse and delivers 2 AWP shots, keeping VP in the early stages of the map. They're going to transition across with the weapons. But man, that was looking so sketchy for a couple of seconds with Taz on B by himself. And they already had 3 players going out. They had 2 up on the catwalk and 1 down ramp. So yeah, Neo had the cross from connector, but if Taz doesn't land those first couple of frags, the bomb would have got swarmed and things would have got pretty sketchy for Virtus Pro. Flip side though, as a result of their heavy investment in the previous rounds, have only got P250, so they're not going to be falling back onto any kind of a buy. That's as a result of a lot of the SMGs and the assault rifles being taken away in the previous 2 rounds. Should be a complete capitulation for flip sides. Electronic was the only kill coming through, and that will remain the case. Virtus Pro already showing way more life than they did on Cobblestone. I'm not exactly sure on the maths regarding the league right now, but VP are in that kind of position where if they lose another map or 2, I think is what Colbolt said in the chat. I think if they lose another map or 2, like, they mathematically can't qualify. So I was kind of mentioning this before, that against Flipside, they would have definitely been wanting the 2-0. I mean, there's just absolutely no other way about it, you know? So losing that first map is a huge body blow for VP's chances of getting to the offline finals. So it's so important they can at least take this one down. Currently they've got 8 wins, 11 losses in the league. Just to put things in perspective. Pasha whizzing bullets above the heads of the 2 alley pushers. That's going to be both Markelov and World Edit. They did go for the boost as well. Right now VP are playing fairly passively up on Ivy's side. Meanwhile, once again Tass is on the side. Neo's actually got his back this time for a potential fast play. Ooh, first bullet just narrowly misses out for World Edit, and that's a missed opportunity that is going to force him back into the embracing arms of Markelov, who will be laid in wait. Markelov is a player that will have the AWP around this part of the map when the roles are reversed. When they get on the CT side, they do love running with those double AWP setups. For VP, I do wonder, or for flip side I should say, I do wonder if Electronic coming into the team will change that or not. One player can have quite a resounding change for a team, so we'll just have to wait and see. That being said, though, Pasha has moved his way into the smoke. Markelov's still there. Only about 25 seconds left into the round, so flip side have got to get a move on here. There's a chance they're going to time themselves out of this one. Markelov should have the upper hand on the Pasha, who goes charging through. I've got to question why. You know the time is scarce and low. You don't really need information at that point. You know the hit's about to come in. And on the flip side, off the back of that opening pick, I'm going to be able to plant this bomb. And again, I don't understand pushing there with about 15 seconds to go. Will that it now takes down Neo. And Taz has to back away. He goes back in for seconds. He's going to land the one frag. He's going to go for broke hit and a second one, but not clean. He's down to 49 health. And a third! This can't be possible! Taz on the brink of clutching this round, but Markelov hiding towards the CT side is able to put him down. Valiant attempt courtesy of Taz, but just too many players to find. And again, I've just got a question. Yeah, Pasha's got 7 frags, but what the actual hell was that lurk with 15 seconds to go? If that's like with a minute to go, maybe I could excuse it. He wanted information, he wanted a little bit of scouting for his team, but at that point, just sit in deep and get crossfires down. I don't know. Let's just let it go. So another buy for VP, and it's going to see Taz play aggressive in the box halls and actually will get the up hand onto Waylander. So a pretty decent trade. He does lose 38 health, but certainly worthwhile. Flip side, keeping themselves in the lead. I mean, sure, Pasha made a mistake, but you can't take away Flipside's entry fragging at the end there. It was pretty solid. I mean, they were working down to about 5 seconds, I think, before that bomb started going down. And now, it looks like they will be initiating onto the B side of the map. They still got themselves a couple players over in T main, so maybe he's going to try and sell out the fake here. The other two are coming down Pop Dog. It's a key frag for Markelov. It keeps the dreams alive, at least in this round. Meanwhile, Taz is going to be trying to scurry his way around the back of Flipside. So they have to get themselves in very quickly here. They can't afford to wait around for too much longer. Electronic point blank range is going to deliver a headshot, but he goes down afterwards, and there is the double frag. Markelov also actually taking down Electronic, so that's a little bit awkward. But Electronic was incredibly low, so you can let them off for that one. And our Flipside will be into an eco themselves. So VP have held on. And a lot of that was set up from Taz's early aggression with the UMP. That frag really did funnel him off into sort of 2-2 formation execute, which just completely proved to be toothless. TK, lol. That's kind of an awkward moment there. So Flipside waiting for this. Oh, I was about to say waiting for the volley to clear, but that grenade is absolutely wrecked them in Snacks and Pasha. Shoot fish in a barrel, easy kills across the board. VP on point again. And what's so depressing for VP is that they've almost already equalised the total amount of rounds they got on Cobblestone. How sad is that? Flipside don't have much to offer in this round either. So now VP have the chance to actually take the lead after losing the pistol. Yeah, I'm reading chat. I'm solo casting, so I'm treating you guys as co-casters. Just got back from an event, so my voice is wrecked as well. So I'm doing what I can, boys. Oh, Markov! Jeez. If he didn't get shot in the head, he'd have broke his neck. You see how he landed? It's 0 out of 10 landing. Look painful. Blade is in. USP to the dome. He's going to silence him. VP take the lead, and it's the second consecutive flawless round without losing a single player. So their economy now into a pretty good place. Bring Days to cast you, please. Alright, mate. I'll just I'll call him up on my phone. You know. Yeah, I'll get him right in. So flip side, you can see they lost the last 3 rounds, but in the last 6 they've only won 1. So it goes to show the power of the pistol and the subsequent rounds. Electronic trying to use this smoke to his advantage, but Snacks is going to go right on the cusp of the smoke and deliver the headshot and finish it off onto Markelov's. Bjarli's there, and this is more like the VP of old. This is more like the VP that have this reputation of being horrendous to play against. World Edit is still alive, and he performed very well. He hit over 20 frags in the first map. He still has time, still has the AWP, and he still has plenty of health. The Blade, oh Bjarli, pardon me. Yeah, Blade is going to drop him. Brilliant, Vince. Sick casting, bruv. Bjarli's going to drop him on the cross, and VP just continue their momentum. Now have more rounds than they got on Cobblestone. If you guys didn't see that map, it honestly was the worst I've seen VP probably play at least for 6 months. I can't think of another time that I've watched them or casted them and they've been that poor. Like, it was unbelievable. When will Val finally hire you for Major? That's never going to happen, dog. I don't know, bro. I don't know. We'll see. So Snacks flirting with the idea of pushing in. That grenade actually does serious damage. Markelov and World Edit, you can see the health just plummet down to below half for Markelov, just over for World Edit. And now Bjarli may be thinking about finishing them off. M4 spray down's going to run out of bullets, switches to his sidearm, but that's going to cost him his life. World Edit is at least good for the 1 kill. And there's still a deagle in the hands of Markelov, who comes in with 2 beautiful 1-taps. Right off, the first one was easy enough. Snacks was stationary, but that second one was disgusting. And now he could be just 2 bullets away from a round win out of nowhere. He spots Taz, does connect the shot, but it's not. The headshot goes back in for seconds. He's landed so many deagle shots in this round. After he lands that second 1-tap, man, you just want him to win. That is nuts. Markelov. Unreal. Waylander, who had a pretty solid performance on Cobblestone, 1-11. That's rough. Knocking, what's up? Do you enjoy casting? Of course, love it. Yeah, I think the NT in chat is very much worthwhile. Although, to be fair, if he'd have pulled it off, I would have probably lost the voice because I would have been screaming. So, thank you, Markelov, for having that in mind. I appreciate it, bro. You have my back. Once again, VP with the Taz and Neo partnership. This time Neo doesn't have the AWP. In the previous few rounds he did. He was on the connector side with the AWP. Now Snacks has picked up himself. That incendiary perfectly timed. Actually lands on the feet of Electronic. Forces him back. Now Neo's going to go in. Jumping in for the frag. And I think Electronic was switching out from the flashbang. So very unfortunate timing. Tazna, meanwhile, is going to get jumped over by Waylander. It's going to cost him his life. Assumes that no one would be down there. And this is a fantastic hold, with Neo and Taz picking up 4 of the 5 frags, Snacks with the other one. And a textbook B defense. It was a bit scrappy. It was a little bit iffy at points, but VP get the job done. And now they move on to 6 consecutive rounds. They've won 8 of the last 9. And when you look at that scoreboards, Pasha, who I think finished on 7 or 8 frags on the first map, has already got 14. 14 and 6. He's been doing a much better job on this one. They're both cool, Pedro. They're both enjoyable. Obviously, I'd say this is a little bit more tough to cast because you're on your own. So, if the match is fairly slow-paced and not much is happening, especially as a player-play caster, it can be very rough indeed. So, we'll let it's only on the Tech 9. A lot of their prowess on the T side actually did come off the back of Will Edit's pick, so that could really hurt them here into this one for flip side. This caster talks too much. That's the next level dribble. So 3-player formation around Ivy. Positions the terrorists probably wouldn't guess. I mean, Pasha hasn't been here so far. It is a corner you typically check, though. And they have 2 mollies left, one of which is in the hands of Markolov, who could throw this in behind the smoke. He's actually going to throw it into the Ivy side instead. So now Pasha is in such a good position to land this first frag. He's seen the barrel of the gun sticking through. For some reason, Blade checks behind him. Maybe because the flash was coming in from his teammate. I'm not entirely sure what the idea was behind that, but now it's down to Electronic for some big entry frags. Can get the 1, but not the 2nd, and I will let it with the Tech 9. Has to try and make some magic happen. He switches across to the AK. It's going to get himself killed, and now Markolov in a 1-on-4. Well, that is going to be a rip. VP from strength to strength on their CT side are now looking unstoppable. Snaps with 15 frags, but 7 assists. Being involved with a whole bunch of frags. Do you play CSGO yourself? Yeah, absolutely. Loved me some CS. What rank am I? Global Elite. Yeah, but that's why I said it's kind of dribble, right? Oh my god, this commentator's commentating. What's going on? Great banter. It really is. Yeah. Waylander's 1 and 13 and Blaze 2 and 13. That is a little bit rough to read. Markolov down to Pasha, who seems to have regained a bit of confidence from his previous missteps. Switching across, there's the headshot to Electronic, and this is quickly getting out of control. Said that VP will be firm favourites coming into train. Nice 1-tap for World Edit, although it took him 3 or 4 attempts there in the end. And meanwhile, Snack's got a knife on Blade. Why the hell not? VP now on the cusp of actually returning the favour. The first half was 10-5, flip side of Cobblestone, so maybe they're about to return the favour or even go 1 step further. You have a twin Anders. Yeah, it's Anders, bro. Come on. Snacks taking the early damage. Double op setup. Interestingly, not Neo, who was using it early on. It's going to be Pasha instead. And both ops on... What? Both on ops on Ivy's side. Okay, why not, I guess. I definitely expected one of the ops to be over on the B side of the map here. Maybe assuming that Flipside would go for an execute onto the site, which would effectively negate one of the ops at least. Pasha, the only player with the AWP now on VP, as Snacks has gone down first. I wonder if this double up is actually going to cost them this round. The bomb's been dropped in such a bad position though. Blade going in alone, dropping the bomb there. It's an absolute nightmare. Fortunately for Flipside, World Edit has came back with at least 1 frag, make it 2, and continues to be a beacon of hope for the terrorists. 4 kills in this round. He's on for the ace, and he's surely about to spot Taz. Did just tag him partially through the wall, so Taz drops to 30 health. And World Edit now actually is the only player left alive. It's either going to be an ace or it's going to be a clutch. And Taz and also World Edit exchange a couple more shots, and World Edit will get the clutch, bringing back a 5th round for Flipside on the first half. Taz tried his best, but it just fell short. And what a fantastic round for World Edit. 4 op frags and finishing it off with his sidearm. 10-5. Where am I from? Northeast of England. Near Newcastle. Let me just get a drink real quick, boys. 1 sec. UKCS, lol. Yeah, it's pretty rough, isn't it? You're from Newcastle too, that's good. It's called you Brew for some reason. Bro is what I was going for. Do you own a CSGO knife caster? Yes, I have a butterfly fade. That's a sexy knife, come on. Most fade knives are pretty sexy though, to be fair, especially if you get a decent looking one. I'm not entirely sure that's how it works. Blind wiki, but yeah. One day I'll cast you. Kimirov. Or Kimiro. Kimiro. Man, I feel like I'm wrecking that name. Keep it up, dude. What am I drinking? I'm boring, I'm just drinking water. No, I know, I don't sound like I'm from Newcastle. I was born here, but I moved around a lot when I was a kid because my dad was in the military. But now I live here again. I think I've got like a pretty neutral accent overall. There's certain words I might say that sound like I'm a northerner, but by and large it's going to be pretty neutral. The stream is running slow. I've late streaming. I assume what you're talking about is the sound. If you have sound issues, guys, just refresh the stream and I'll fix it. If you mean that the stream's taking a while to get going, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm just waiting for the teams. You can see right now they're in a warm-up. I like to just leave the warm-up in the background rather than hitting an AFK screen because it's not quite as enjoyable to watch. Am I Turkish? No, sir. What's your favourite knife in the game? That's pretty rough. What I would say is, one of my favourites, I don't know if it is my favourite, if you check out Rubino from Dignitas, he has an emerald karambit, which is unbelievably nice. I'm sure if you like Google that, it'll probably pop up somewhere. It's such a sick looking knife, and I think he's got stat track too, which is amazing. Hey, there's not too much I can do about warm-up taking a while, boys. But looks like we're about to get back underway again. Second pistol round. And it's going to be coming up with VP now taking a commanding lead and looking to at least equalise this series, which I still feel will be a huge disappointment, but a whole lot better than an 0-2. Yeah, it's a Gamma Doppler, but I think like the term for it is an emerald, which is so sick. Here we go though. Pasha's going to land the first headshot, and he hasn't really been that prevalent in the pistol round so far, so awesome that Pasha would finally start to make a mark in these rounds. Instantly afterwards, the smoke starts to connect on the B site. You can see Waylander's trying to wrap himself round into connector, get something done. Bjarli's going to be tapping, gets the upper hand in the long-range confrontation against Electronic. He's been pretty solid with the USP so far, but look, it's going to be flip side with all the latest frags, and that's going to put them in a pretty good position now in this pistol round. Snacks holding the close angle, doesn't have a USP to play with, so he's using the Glock at close range, which can be so detrimental to the health of the CTs, and Neo lands the final kill. VP going to take it, but jeez, that was back and forth. Could have gone either way, hanging by a thread. And that should surely be Virtus Pro now. Just rolling the snowball down the hill. Surely Flipside can't come back from this. I mean, it's VP. How do you deal with this on the T side? Typically, their T side is so deadly on train. Well, Edit only gets hit for 15. It's looking like it could have been a hell of a lot more from that grenade. For 16 for both Waylander and Blades. What is happening? There's World at close range, also tapping through the smoke, realizing there's a likelihood there'll be a second player there. Not able to connect it, and now he's going to get forced down by Taz with his UMP, who's going to get a third kill on top of everything else. And the brutal round continues. VP 12-5 to the good. Flipside will have no buy here. And this is honestly very reminiscent of the first map, except for just polar opposite in terms of which team faces off in which situation. It was 12-5 in the first map with VP trailing. And I said at the time that it was all ebbing and flowing from that first rifle round when VP would be able to grab some assault rifles. And that's very much the situation that Flipside find themselves in now. This round should be a gimme for Virtus Pro, but it's going to be the next one where Flipside try and battle back. Oh, Neo nearly gets his life taken away from courtesy of a switch from the weapon. Marklov, last player remaining, has the MP9, because why the hell not? Down he goes. Here we go, 13-5. It's all on this. Flip side, need to win this rifle round or it's all over. In my opinion, at least. Of course, it's not technically all over, but I just don't see how they come back if they lose this round. What AK skin do I have? Redline. I think the Redline and Cartel are both really sick AK skins if you don't want to invest too much money into them. So, flip side into this with an AWP. But such a lack of grenades. Look at this, with so much time left, and we've only had about 10 or so seconds of the round. And they have 2 flashes left. I had a smoke, they've just thrown that out onto ramp, I believe. No kits, they're just going off raw firepower. One misstep, and this round should very briskly go across the VP. And it's been Pasha out of the smoke with the back 10. And meanwhile, Bialy's going to do some serious pain with his AK-47. That Molotov, unbeknownst to Pasha, actually forces away World at its AWP. And the bomb has been planted. What do you even say about this map? I mean, Flipside have gone from heroes to zeros, and VP have finally woken up. Trying desperately to hold on to this AWP and M4. They've got kind of a crossfire to one another. Neo just running around knifing Thinet is going to find out that's maybe not the greatest of ideas when you don't know where the last 2 CTs are. But now one of them has been found out, and Pasha's going to have the exact same idea. Why the hell not? He did have a back 10, so it's not a huge problem to lose that to this round. And it did allow Bialy to land the headshot afterwards. Snack VP around the corner, looks to spray down, and Flipside will keep no weapons. That's going to make this very tenuous situation a whole lot worse. AK blue laminate. I don't know, Pedro. It's a little bit meh to me. I just love the colour scheme on the red line. Sick. Same with the AWP as well. Looks really good. So, a FAMAS is all that Flipside have in terms of primaries. And that is going to be put to good use. Will Let's go in for a second one. Finally gets picked off. And meanwhile, Markov is going to be coming head to head with Taz. Will find the same fate. Waylander able to pick up the AK, but I don't think he's moved off 3 kills, has he? Yes, he has. Pardon me. He's on 4 instead. And now he's going to have to nearly double his digits if he wants to clutch this round. As the first, but no more, will be picked up from this. Snacks has the AWP in hand. 15-5 VP. This would be the throw of the century if they didn't win from this point. Is this Richard Lewis? I'm like Richard Lewis and Anders Lovechild. So Markov will end up with the 2 AWPs. Kind of touched on this earlier. They like to run this setup. Typically Markov is around connector. We'll let it on the Ivy side. And so many grenades actually being exchanged between the 2 teams. It's going to find Snacks maybe thinking about pushing through this smoke. And indeed he will get the drop onto Blade. You just don't expect Norpa to do that. You know, he's making a move. This is such ballsy play by Snacks. I'm surprised I don't hear like the grating of his balls on the ground. Because they're quite clearly iron. And now Snacks already up on the green tree lands the next frag onto Markalo. That is unbelievable. Misses out on the flick onto Waylander, but at least information has been gathered. Throws out the grenade and the Molotov, so Waylander's going to have to relocate. In doing so, hoping he'd walk into Taz. That's exactly what happens. And our last remaining player is going to be Electronic, and Snacks finishes it off in style. Virtus Pro, you just saw the Jekyll and Hyde of Virtus Pro. Cobblestone was an absolute mess, and Train was prolific. 1-1 goes the series. I don't even know what to say about that series. It was so unbelievably strange to watch. Virtus Pro, just it seemed as though they were playing on 10% in that first map. And the second one, they turned it up to like 90%. And it was unbelievable to see the change. Anyway, that's the first 2 maps down. We have Penta and Envious coming up next, as you can see there, which will be starting shortly, I assume. So I'm going to get myself a drink. I suggest you guys do the same thing if you want to stick around and watch this. There should also be another match on the main stream if you want to head across to there. And I will catch you guys in a few moments. I'll give you updates if I find out anything else about how long it's going to take in chat, or I'll just go live again. But until then, I'm going to switch back to music, so I'll be right back. What is up, ladies and gents? We are going to be jumping into this game very shortly. We have 9 players on the server. It's going to be Dust 2 up first, and then Mirage will follow later on this evening. And it will see Envious, the newly crowned Gfinity champions, although they were defending their championship and managed to pull it off. We'll be facing Penta. A lot of people will be expecting this to be a 2-0. I'm certainly one of them, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to keep the music going, and as soon as the 10th player gets on the server and we start to get things in motion, then I'll come back and we'll go live into this. Should be a few more moments, so I'll catch you guys in a few seconds here. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Who knows? For all I know, there's going to be a massive delay. Let's hope not. Alright, cheeky scrubs. I'll put the game on in warm-up. Have to warn you again. I know people are going to start panicking and thinking, oh my god, why are people running around with AWPs? It's warm-up, bros. Chill out. Chill your beans. And as you can see, Kenny S is the player we're waiting for right now. Kakafu's on the server as well, who is, of course, the coach for Penta. When we start with Budai? Good question. I have no idea, bro. No idea. In the same position as you guys, just waiting. Forever alone, forever waiting for Kenny S to get his sweet ass on the server. Just keep hacking through an NK and let's start. Yes, that's how it works here, boys. Just get the coaches in. Let's go. Nicola, it's a known issue with Twitch, bro. For those of you that have some kind of sound delay going on, apparently it happens every time we go back live. Restart the stream. Just hit the refresh button and you will be sorted, mate. It is an issue with Twitch. Easy fix. Hey, Sneaky Ninja Man. I'm good. How are you doing? Ha. I'm just special, mate, okay? Hey, Paulak, how's it going? Welcome back.
Counter-terrorists win.
Chucky, I'm honestly not sure where Kenny is. Still waiting for him, bro. As you can see, we have the coaches on the server. Still waiting on players. Everyone's on the server barring Kenny, so as soon as he shows up, we'll get this underway. What's up, Maxi Boy? Hey, Chris / Aramoff, how you doing, bro? My prediction is a fairly convincing 2-0 for Envious. We've just got, literally yesterday, they won the finals of the Gfinity event. Sure, it wasn't necessarily the best opposition in the world, but Envious looked really good, taking Mouse Sports down in convincing fashion in the end. So I would say my firm favourites for this are Envious. They've been looking good lately. Apex has been an absolute monster. And Kenny S was performing pretty damn good yesterday as well. So I just think they have too much for Penta to deal with today. On which map does Penta have a bigger chance? I believe they have a bigger chance on Dust 2 than they do Mirage. Penta are actually a pretty good Dust 2 team. Nicola, what's up? Scatman Joe, please tell me that's from that epic classic. It's not a LAN. Nah, this is online, bro. This is the online phase of the EPS, ESL Pro League. Top 6 teams progress through onto the offline LAN, which will be later on. There's still quite a few games to be played, so it's going to be a little while longer. And Envious have played less games than most of the teams. I don't know why the camera keeps going to third person. That's actually triggering me quite a lot. Please, sort it out, GoTV. But, yeah, Envious, I think, have played 13 games. I think they're 8 and 5 currently. So, although they find themselves quite far down the leaderboard, they've played significantly less games. They've got a bunch of games in hand. So, if they win the likes of today 2-0, then they'll be in a pretty solid position in the league. Currently, Penta, I think, are around third bottom. The lounge is back, apparently. To be completely honest with you, dude, I just got back from Milan yesterday, so I haven't been kept in the loop. I don't really like commenting on things that I don't have much of a grasp on, so I'm not going to say anything, but it's going to help sort of lower tournaments get more views if it goes back to the way it was before. I don't know if it's gone back to, like, literally you could bet skins or not. So, I would need to look into that a little bit more before I give you an answer. Budget cast forehead.
Terrorists win.
Launches a new system using codes. Interesting. Alright, are we actually going live with NK playing? What? Okay. Not gonna lie, I did not realise that Kenny wouldn't be playing today. Maybe he has some issues and NK has to fill in, but I'm assuming that we're actually live here. Judging by how this has started, I think we're actually live. So that definitely throws a bit of a spanner in the works in terms of predictions, because Kenny S is obviously a massive integral part of Envious. And a map like Dust 2, who therefore picks up the AWP, I assume probably Happy? Is the secondary AWP in a lot of situations. MBK's picked it up recently as well, so I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. That being said, here comes Envious up on long and low with 2 beautiful one-taps to kick things off. Starting it off with a bang here. And Happy, in the meanwhile, forever the lurk. Round the back. Tarsin has to funnel his way back into the CT spawn. Uses the smoker's coverage. But now the bomb is going to get planted. Mike S lands the touchdown. Long range onto the stand-in for now. Staff coach of Envious. There is Apex answering back with a headshot. He has himself a P2000. He's very powerful, this weapon, but he will get taken down from Stefan. And now that puts Happy starting things off nicely on Catwalk. Gets obliterated. Stefan with a beautiful reaction execution shot in midair. And Penta will take the first round. What is that all about? Jeez. I thought as soon as Apex had the P2000 in the sight, that was it done. He was going to get locked, but that was a hell of a shot. Alright, I'm going to say this one more time, boys. I'm guessing we don't have any mods in the chat right now, but the reason for the sound delay is on Twitch. So restart your stream, and it will fix the sound delay. It's fixed it for pretty much everybody that's had the problem. If you still have the issue, I don't know what to tell you, bro. It's not on my end anyway. So pause. I assume that Kenny might be joining now. I'm not entirely sure. It may have been a case they started this off as they're getting pressured to start the game. Otherwise, forfeits may have been on the horizon. This is all speculation. I should mention I'm not an admin or anything like that. I'm just a scrubby caster and streamer. But this pause, it would suggest it's going to be for Kenny S to come in now, I would assume. Can you get info on Kenny? Let me just double check the admin chats. Scrolling down. Okay, apparently he's having a PC issue. So that's pretty vague, but that's all the information I have. He's having a PC problem. Hopefully this pause means that Kenny will be joining the server shortly. That's the dream. That's the plan. Kenny is my mum. Ostis Live, congratulations, bro. For defying biology. Rip Kenny. Joins the server. Instantly dead, of course. And now he'll be trading out for NK. So, I suppose the good news for Envious is, yes, they had to step in with their coach, but at least it's just for the one round. This does put them off in a bit of a disadvantage, though. It's not only trying to find their way back. Apex with 2 frags, able to afford the Galil. And on a monster like him, the entry fragger of Envious, who has been in fantastic form recently. I mean, going back to DreamHack Bucharest, he's had 2 pretty solid events back-to-back, Bucharest and then Gfinity. The Galil in his hands could be pretty monstrous. Rip NK. So, I think over a couple of corpses and T-spawn, we are going to be kicking things off into round number 2 with Kenny joining the server. This does put him on $0 though. So I'm not entirely... Maybe it's just a case of saying screw it. Like, we're in such good form right now, we don't care about him starting with $0. He has a P250, which I'm assuming did get dropped by somebody else. And here comes the push through mid. It's going to be Apex with that Galil actually blocking MPK and gets his teammate killed, but the Galil spray is on point, and Apex has lost no health, so almost baiting off MBK in the first place, but there is the spray down in effect. Now Happy all remains. He picks up the Galil for himself. He does have Kevlar. And we know he has the patience to play this well. There's Tarson with the FAMAS. Will put him down. Currently, Penta are on 5 for 15 in the league, so they definitely have been struggling. But we saw a couple of upsets already today, with Flipside taking a map off VP and Na'Vi losing a map to Hellraisers. So maybe it is just a day of upsets from EPL. Falcon Lover. I'd rather not, but we'll have to see. Mike Kess to the MP9, close range. Good night, Devil and Apex. Not a great deal it could do. MBK has been caught on the cross courtesy of Crystals. Scout work, and the MP9 is going to town. Mike Kess has picked up 4. He's actually on for the ace here. Is Crystal going to scumback this away from him? Yes, he will. And Mike Kess actually got the assist on the last player. Like, god damn it, you douche. 7.5k, Mike Kess will be trading out for what I assume will be an AWP, as he is the main AWPer, the primary AWP for Penta. Crystal's typically their secondary AWPer. He actually used to be their main AWPer before Mike Kess joined the team. Gone a while back now. And here come the guns. Kenny S still. And you can see how this affects Envious with having Kenny start with no money. He can't afford to get an AWP here, so they are going to be without any long-range weapons on Dust 2. That could definitely be a hindrance, and Penta have already started in winning ways with a pretty big, decent, healthy lead to start off with. Two-man stack on long. It's going to be Lowell and Crystal. Looking like they're setting up for the standard terrorist catwalk play. You got grenades in hand, ready to throw them out. But Penta have gone on a scouting mission, and they're going to get a lot of information for their troubles here. So they're through, and this is going to allow Penta to stick on the sites. The problem is that they have lost the first player in this confrontation, and the second one too, as Apex and Happy both get entries. It's now going to be down to Lowell, who's that second player on long that we discussed before. That could be the main difference maker. But the problem is the rest of his team have just been completely wrecked. Stefan's going to go back with the one kill of his own. But still, Lowell hasn't budged an inch. Headshot from Lowell. But now he is the last remaining CT. Both Devil and Apex are tagged. But Apex has the AWP, and he's going to make it work. So, Envious have broke back into this round, and Kenny S will have the AWP, courtesy of an Apex drop. There we go. Envious back into winning ways. Apex, no huge surprises, who's top of the scoreboard for Envious. He has been such a mammoth player lately. So difficult to contend with. A lot of teams have struggled with him. I'm curious to see if Penta will go for another info play through B tunnels, and it looks like that's maybe just about to happen. Stefan's going to be taking point for his team. And he does have the tag team partner to his right-hand side of Tarsin. So, once again, they're going to get the information. The problem was last time that their A completely crumbled. So, the rotation just didn't pay off at all. Devil, MBK, and Devil again will open their accounts into this round. MBK, in the meanwhile, on the site, is going to get himself a second frag, looking for a third, and there's the spray down. And MBK finishes it off. This is more like what we expected to see, and I just feel like, individually speaking, Envious vastly outweigh Penta. And that like Dust 2, it's going to be difficult for Penta to deal with. They're now actually onto an eco. What is Devil doing? It's giving me an epileptic fit. Stop it. Oh, Crystal, hello! Kenny just gets wrecked! Dunked on from the scout. Crystal once more. What was that shot? Goes back in for seconds. Tags Happy down to 63. You may have an AWP, but I've got a scout. Get destroyed. Crystal, at least giving us a little bit of spicy play to talk about in this round, but by and large it should be a shutout for Envious. I say that, and of course, 2 frags. Brilliant. Here comes Apex though, entry frag. That was the girliest scream I've ever heard from me. Chris, didn't you know I actually am a female? Today you learned something. Ignore the beard and stuff. Look at Apex though. Just right in. It's actually a really good position that's been taken from Tarson. You can see that he's able to navigate his way around and wait for the rest of his team to show up. This is so intelligent. He hasn't gone in by himself. I feel like a lot of players would have just charged in there and tried to do it single-handedly. But he's waiting, and the bomb is about to get planted, and the rest of Penta can move in together. It may still end up falling flat on its face for Penta, but I really like that, honestly. Apex caught in 2 minds as to where to peek towards, and he is going to end up getting killed. But there's Devil with 3 kills on 1 health. The dream is real. Envious back with a 3rd. What's your prediction for this map? An Envious win? If you're asking me, like, specifically how many rounds, I'd probably go with 16-12 to Envious. What do you guys reckon? Throw me some of your predictions in chat. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Is there anyone that thinks Penta will actually win this map? And once again, Penta into a pretty poor buy. So that's 2 consecutive /half buys, but the Deagle point blank range destroying NBK. Apex and Kenny S both come up with frags, but both of them have been tagged down pretty low, especially Apex on 14 health. A stray pistol round will kill him. So, Smart's cautious play as the terrorists back off. Now it's all on the scout. Crystal's already shown that he is quite a beast. 16-7, 16-3. 16-11 for Penta. Poseidon, we'll see. We'll see, bro. That's... I feel like that's quite a brave prediction. On this being the A play.
Bomb has been planted.
Okay. Fair enough. Why not? That timing though. Rip. Tries to dodge the bullets. Down he goes. Envious take the lead for the first time. But do keep in mind they didn't have Kenny S for the first round, although he hasn't really done a great deal since he's joined. He's 1-5. But fortunately for him, he has Apex on his team, which basically, the way he's been playing recently, that's like, he's worth 3 players almost. Yeah, Crystal ain't no Neo. That's what we just learned today. Can I spell your name? Well, I mean, it's typed for me, mate. I can spell it. So, Envious looking to break out mid. Again, this is why Dust 2 just isn't the most interesting map for me to cast, because it's basically the same strat over and over again for the terrorists. My guess has actually legged MBK, though, while flashbang, so that could have gone a whole lot better for Envious. I suppose he could have been killed outright, so... on the silver linings. Mike S now going to be relocating through into mid. There's flashes and smokes as utility up his backside, but he's still able to actually get through there. And meanwhile, Envious are going to do their best to just charge onto the A site. So Penta are actually setting up for this retake. They've got 2 players on long. It's going to be Crystal and Lowell. Neither of them have an AWP to watch over onto the site with. How's this retake going to come in? Because Happy's still on the lurk. He's still coming down the tunnels. Tarson's going to get the first kill. And now it's up to Crystal, you have to feel, to just try and push up long. The first 2 kills have gone the way, and it could be a 3rd kill, and indeed it will be. This retake has gone pretty much flawlessly thus far, but now here comes Devil! As Kenny S is all that remains. The first kill, the second one as well! My Kess gets pounded! Kenny S with a clutch! And Envious just about hold on. But props to Penta for even getting into a position where Kenny had to clutch. That retake was looking so smooth up until Devil goes ham, and then Kenny finishes off. Very well played by Devil there. Like, Kenny's going to get the plaudits and probably the Reddit thread made for him, but Devil's 3k was integral. Uh-oh. Task is not long for this world. He's about to get pushed from behind. Who's going to stick it in first? It's going to be a sausage party in this Apex. Don't drop the soap, Tarsin. It's going to leave a mark. It's another pistol round. Should be mentioned. Should be another closeout. Here comes Stefan though. First one tap. Nearly landing a second one. He actually has landed the second one. What is happening? As the camera, of course, pans away from him. Brilliant timing. And now Lowell with his deagle. In CT. Has heard footsteps to his left-hand side, so curious to see if he actually shoots in this one. Kenny Esner, meanwhile, is going to catch him, legs him, and finishes him off. Envious now 6 rounds in a row. Let's have a look at the scoreboard so you guys can see who is the top fragger. It's going to be Devil, 10 and 5. Apex 9 and 7 with 4 assists. And then on the side of Penta, it has been Mike S who's been performing with 9 kills. The AWPer, of course, for Penta. You're expecting to see the AWPers near the top of the scoreboard, and that like does too. Could be another mid play, and this could put a lot of pressure on the likes of Tarsin, who's actually watching this from the door. He's going to hear a lot of footsteps coming his way now. And this is going to be rough. He has got the first kill in this encounter, and there's Crystal and also Stefan. So what a hold this is ending up to be. And Penta only lose the one play. It was looking horrific to start off with. The flashes were on point, and then the bullets were there to clean it up. So smooth round for Penta. It's the first one in 6. And with keeping 4 players alive, it does mean that even if they were to lose this and reset their unlost bonus, they would still be able to buy. It may not be a great buy, but it would be a buy all the same. So, key round. Is this caster tired or what? I'm a bit tired, not gonna lie. I got back home from Gfinity at like 12 or 1 in the morning yesterday. And solo casting with a wrecked voice isn't necessarily the easiest of things, but hopefully I can steer through this one okay. Give me your energy. Not your skins? I mean, you can give me your skins too. I'm not gonna turn them down. The MB King. I see what he did there. So Tarsin's been tagged down to 37. Other than that, not a great deal to report from this round thus far. Just over a minute to play with. And Envious looking to once again claim some control over mid, which they've done throughout. Penta haven't really gone for any aggressive peaks up the likes of Catwalk. We often see a lot of CT teams will do that at some point. But there's Crystal, and he is going to go down very easily, giving his life away, it has to be said. That being said, though, Mikes is on the cross watching from car, so although they have got the opening pick, it's not a guarantee they'll get across to the site. There are so many grenades flying in the face of Mike S, though, that he just has to back away. There's no point standing here. Kenny, yes! What the actual fudge was that? Stefan is going to somewhat give me back my faith in Counter-Strike by taking down Kenny. It shouldn't be legal how good he is. Oof. Started with a pretty tasty flick. They didn't connected properly, but Happy's down to 29. I can't finish it off. I very nearly let that slip, so we had to revert back to fudge, alright? Not the perfect word, but we'll go with it. We'll go with it. Doesn't get me fired, at least. Bow planted, and Envious will have a 7th round. As expected, Penta are struggling a little bit here. When it comes to the individual efforts, Envious just are a level above. On their day, one of the best teams in the world. I don't think anyone can necessarily argue with that, but it's their inconsistencies. You know, Apex did give an interview at Gfinity saying that they've been struggling because they're trying to mix things up too much and they've gone back to basics. I mean, this ultimately was from his own mind, so maybe this newfound play roles that are coming to the team is giving them a second gust of wind. Also freeing up Devil a little bit more to frag out more than he was before. Oh, I'm controlling the camera, yeah. It's a one-man show here. I'm not the best at doing it, I'll be the first to admit that. Happy out by himself. That's ballsy, and he has been punished. I mean, there's no backup there. It's a case for maybe looking for an entry, but it completely backfires. But now Envious are going to try and make the most of this one. They're not going to be waiting around for too much longer. Just going to start to charge their way in. And as Crystal's going to be trying to hold this one down outside the smoke. He gets 2 sprayed out. But here comes Apex. He lags himself a second one. And now it's up to MBK to salvage this 1-on-3. He's already picked up the first kill. Having a look at the positions of the CTs, he should be able to finalise this bomb plant, especially as he's behind the boxes from the perspective of short, which is where Lowell currently is. That HE lands right beside MBK, takes 31% of his health away. MBK steps up though. Can he get the clutch? It's on Mikes. He's gone back up and down, but Mikes with the 5-7 is going to come out ahead. Very unfortunate for MBK. It looked like a couple of those shots could easily domed him, but instead Penta just about hold on for dear life and pick up their 5th round. That was anybody's duel there, but it goes the way of Penta. The way of the Dutchman. Mike S has a good spawn to peek up long. This is where Happy pushed last time, but no one's going to peek this time. Seems like Happy's learnt from his previous death not to play with fire. But typically it's been Crystal and Lowell who've been watching long, and then Mike S who's been holding more of the catwalk area. Crystal's been here a couple of times, and Mike S has gone off walkies elsewhere with his spawns. And it was Crystal who died in a very similar position when Envious got the entry onto the site, so I'm curious if we're going to see that happen again here. They've already gone for the preemptive spray. I mean, Crystal really could be the difference maker. When you're looking at how Envious is coming into this one, this pop flash could be on point. And it does land, but there's too many smokes and flashes that are coming out as a counter from Envious, so Crystal can't get anything done in this confrontation. The meanwhile, it's going to be a case of the Peace just pile driving their way onto the B side with 2 quick fire entries, and Envious will now have this plant. And indeed, what you assume will be the round. Kenny and Mike S exchange AWP shots. And Kenny spots Mike and converts it into the frag. All on Lowell. Envious looking good for at least 8 rounds. And you think they could easily get up to 10 because the economy for Penta is not too spectacular. Lowell's dead and buried. Let's have a look at those funds. 1.6k, 1.7, 1.4. It is a complete rinse in terms of economy. And I assume that Penta will probably buy here, yeah. I mean, even if they eco, they wouldn't have a good buy in the next one. So they may as well just get 2 fairly crappy buys. Let's see what they can get done with it. The Scout's also pretty solid on a map like Dust 2, so honestly, it is one of those kind of maps where you can get away with a lot more. Only $1,700 in terms of investment. And the one-tap potential at range is very real. Boys, stop constructing buildings. You trolls. Happy and Kenny S were the opening picks. Envious surely going to have the 10 rounds at half time. And for me, that's probably a bridge too far for Penta, but we'll have to wait and see. All speculation at this point. From across, Kenny has spotted, I think that was Lowell. Did he actually get the tag? He did. Down to 20, he will go. Crystal close range with a scout, the no scope. Happy, get sat, mate. But in the meanwhile, it was a fake. It's a trap. Because Envious are going on to the A side, and they are going to get this glance. Mike, rip. And for me, this should just be a save. Just save the AK and scout. Why are you going in? Your buy's going to be crap in the next round. You're not going to get this clutch. Give yourself some kind of power into the next one. I just don't like the play. I do not like it. Because you're going to see now into this next round, they got 2,000, they got 1.9k. Just imagine having a scout and an AK on top of this buy. It's still probably not enough, but at least it gives them a couple of power plays. And there's literally no chance you're going to clutch in that 1v3 without Kevlar. Oh well. Once again, Kenny has landed yet another shot on the cross. This time it's Tarson that feels the pinch in his backside. Apex watching mid. That's going to be frustrating for Crystal, who is trying to make a play out of nothing. I can respect that, especially with this buy. But now here comes the B hit, and well, they're going to find out it's a ghost town over on this side of the map. No one's home. Stepping with the 5-7, the first player, the first contact. Try and salvage this for his team. Looks like he's wanting to wait for now for the rest of his team to get here, but they're a mile away. Quite a slow rotation, to be fair. I mean, surely the call came through. This was going to be a B hit quite some time ago. Mycast and Lowell, two players you're already looking at here to get something done with the weapons they have in hand. Stefan goes in first. He'll land the 5-7 frag. Here comes the spray down. Mycast, last remaining player with the UMP, is trying to get it through the smoke. He does get one kill, but it's going to be Envious who take the half 10-5. I wish I would stop hitting my chair while I'm casting. I just can't sit still, boys. 10-5. What do we reckon, boys? Can Penta come back into this? N1 bait, mates. I love just how simple and straightforward. Nope. 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 Nah. No chance. Want an AK blue laminate with 700 euro sticker? Keep it for yourself, bro. Enjoy it. Is this best of 3? No. It's in the ESL Pro League. So each map that they play, and the way that it's scheduled is to have teams play 2 maps against one another, obviously to get the league over a bit more briskly. Each map is worth 3 points, so very similar to a like sport like football for whatever reason. You're in the Premier League or whatever, you play games, you get a win, 3 points, a draw is 1 point. Of course you can't get draws in this game, so I don't know why I even mentioned that. Good game, well played. But I lost is 0 points, so Envious could potentially get 6 points for themselves. They're a team that I think have played amongst the least in the league so far. I think they've only played like 13 games, and they've won 8 of them, so if they could get 2 here, this would put them in great shape to get into the offline qualifier spot. And I believe it's the top 6 teams actually get that. I think there's 14 teams in total, and 6 teams go through. Castle, who do you support in BPL? Don't you dare say Man U. Dude, Man United, no chance in hell. I actually don't support a team in the BPL. Unfortunately, I support Newcastle. So rip. We're in the championship, mate. Sick team. Is it Janel CM? Do you think it's a good thing that Lounge is back? Someone asked me a similar question earlier, and I'm not trying to dodge the question. I will legit answer this at some point, maybe make a video or something. But I just got back from an event last night at like 12 or 1 in the morning, so I really haven't had a chance to look into it. And I don't like commenting on things that I don't have a full grasp on, so I'm going to leave that question for now, but not because I'm trying to dodge or anything, you know. What I will say is that Lounge definitely helped lower down tournaments to get viewers they wouldn't have ordinarily got, plus teams get a bit more exposure as a result of that, as a direct knock-on, plus casters who are casting the lower tier tournaments. So for those people, I think it's a good thing, but I haven't fully, you know, understood the situation yet because I haven't looked into it. Hopefully you understand. Liverpool. I respect Liverpool because Newcastle had some of their best matches against Liverpool. Like, I'm like an old school football fan. Like, I'm 30, so obviously I'm basically a granddad of esports anyway. But I remember matches between Newcastle and Liverpool being like 4-3 thrillers when Stan Collymore played. I mean, that's a name from the past. That's a blast from the past. David Ginola. Oh, God. That guy. I'm trying not to cap a pride too hard right now, but he was one hell of a footballer. Anyway, we're not really here to talk about football, so let's jump into the Counter-Strike. Penta Sports up against it on their T side, but maybe doing this pistol and going to make things interesting again, and it's going to be the Death Alley as Crystal and Stefan both put Glog headshots down range. Mycast is going to do the exact same thing onto Devil, and this is looking pretty tasty for Penta. Crystal dropped to 16 from USP of MBK. Happy is going to land a shot back, so it gives him a bit of breathing room now for Envious to go back onto the site. Look at MBK's reaction speed there. That's pretty nuts. Like, just flicking across. Flusher, is that you, mate? Happy's going to try and do the same thing now, and he is going to meet the same fate. Envious will concede the second pistol. I saw someone say Alan Shearer. And when it comes to footballers, Shearer is my hero, bro. I'm actually going to get like, this is how cringe it is. I'm actually going to get FIFA 17 and buy the Xbox One version just so I can get Alan Shearer, because the Legends cards are exclusive to Xbox One. That's how much I fanboy over Shearer. Amazing footballer. They're here up north as well. So Envious playing fairly close range locations with these pistols. It's pretty standard. It's what you come to expect. I like this crossfire that's been set up. I mean, that is going to be a nightmarish situation for Penta if they push any players through there, but it doesn't look like it. As mid controls by and large been taken by Penta, which suggests either a mid execute or up catwalk. Sellout? What? Yeah, I'm actually an Xbox One salesman, so today you learned something, of course. Penta are taking this very slowly. A lot of respect being shown for Envious' pistols, and of course Envious are one of the teams historically that are some of the best players when it comes to these kind of force buy scenarios, known for going for forces where other teams would play a bit more cautiously. I don't think there's any doubt that Penta realised that. MBK watching mid with his deagle. Trying to put the blaze into action, has tagged my guess a couple of times. Down to 17, he'll go. MBK is good for another one. Crystal has his back turned to the doors. That's so dangerous, but he was scared of the push through the smoke, and that's exactly what comes in. Tossing now. The next player to fall. It's gone horribly wrong for Penta, and they only have Mike S left with the UMP. Here's the first frag. He will salvage the bomb and an AK-47, but he's walking back into the grinder. And Devil will dispatch with him to pick up his 17th frag. And Devil's top fragging on both teams. Solid work. Do I have a YouTube? Okay. Classic sellout moment. Met this TV is my YouTube. I'm expecting to see a bunch of sellouts in chat. Feel free. So a disaster for Penta, who are desperate to convert the rounds after the pistol. Tarston and Lowell, though, are going to try and return the favour. What is this game? Just when you think a team is starting to take a stranglehold, they trip over their own shoelaces. And their face plants into the dirt. Tarston with the MP9. Happy to get a close range to get sprayed down. And now Tarston's going to switch across to his Eagle. Here comes Devil through the smoke. And the way he's been playing, you wouldn't have been too surprised if he picked up a bunch of frags there. But instead, he will go down. And Penta only lose one player. So at this point, any predictions to make for rounds, you can pretty much just guarantee it's not going to pay off. Now it's Envious' turn to force buy. And Penta's turn to try and keep the rounds flowing. Yeah, I'm with Room on Fire. I don't know, boys. The way this game's been going back and forth has hurt my head a little bit. So, are we going to have 3 consecutive rounds where the underdog in the round is going to come out ahead? Devil, with his M4, is actually the player that's ate the most damage, so it surprises me a little bit that he isn't going to trade that M4 to somebody else. I mean, it's not a case that no one has Kevlar apart from him. Everyone has Kevlar. But he is on B. Alongside MBK, who is a bit of a monster with the Deagle. Apex, meanwhile, using his Deagle up long. And Happy on Goose. So, Very much an A-centric stack for now for Envious. It seems that's where Penta are about to push onto. Here come the flashes. One lands in the eyes of most of the terrorists, though. Apex is going to pick up the first frag on the cross, looking for a second one. He gets sprayed down courtesy of Tarsin. And now Kenny S has to be careful because he's burning to a crisp, but there's Happy and Goose. He uses this position a lot, though. And Kenny S 1Gs! Kenny, please! He was so lucky because the molly was just about to disappear, but man, is that embarrassing. And now Devil with the M4 spots the head of Crystal. That's probably going to be the end of his life. In fact, he actually just wants to back off and save the M4. We'll look for some X's. And down he goes. Penta have held their nerve. Oh no, Summit! What is 1G? Oh, if you're not trolling, then you've missed out on something truly spectacular. Lower 2 entries, and that is the B site taken again. Envious. Not much into the rounds, bit of a throwaway round. So I was just reading chat because, I mean, I was assuming that round would go very committingly away from sequence, which it proved to do. And now Penta have brought it back into a pretty close map. I honestly thought as soon as they lost the round after winning the pistol, this would be over pretty fast, but it doesn't appear to be the case right now. Commentators, Kenny S or Guardian. There's just one of us. That's tough for me. I think when Kenny's on form, he's probably the better opera overall. I think if you go back in time, Kenny S has been at the top for a long time. But Guardian, I would say consistently is a better opera in recent times anyway. I mean, it's like one of those, honestly, one of those questions where it's very much going to be divided. Like, some people are going to feel like it's an obvious answer for Kenny S or Guardian. I would say it depends on the day, but Guardian consistently offers more, I think. Sure, I probably just triggered a lot of people watching, of course, but there you go. So Envious into this round anyway. Speaking of the AWP, don't have one. Kenny is going to have the M4 instead. Apex in the pits. And the smoke will keep the terrorists at bay for now. Very much a spread out defense for Envious. You can see that Devil is flirting with the idea of maybe looking for a bit of info, but we haven't seen those kind of two-man pushes that Penta were going for through B tunnels. So we up to Kenny S to watch from the back of the site onto Catwalk, and that's where the aggression could be coming in. It's looking like this will be a two-pronged attack with 3 players coming up from long side, the terrorists, and the other 2 on Catwalk. It's looking like we are about to see the action kick off, and here is Apex with the first of what Envious are hoping are many, and he has picked up 2. Now the bomb carrier is just behind them. Crystal is going to get the entry though from Catwalk. There's going to be Kenny S who goes down. Crystal with a second frag. Why would you inspect there, Crystal? You are mental. And he rightfully gets his head taken off, and Apex is still alive. How has he got 4? He's actually looking for the ace now. This round has been back and forth, but it's going to go the way of Envious. I get that you know, polishing yourself a little bit at that point, and you want to inspect the knife. You're feeling pretty good with those entries, but you don't have long covered, mate. What have you been sniffing? Anyway, Apex gets the 4-man. He gets the quad. Nicely done. Envious back into winning ways. And Penta on the back foot. They could buy in the next round as well. Obviously, if they win this round, they definitely will be. But even if they lose, I feel like they can force out something pretty nice. Stefan is going in with the rest of his team. This time it looks like more of a catwalk favoured push. That's a 12 out of 10 flash. Would flash again, Stefan. Nice one. That's back in his face, of course. I do that all the time, so I can't really make fun of him. Now, Envious does have the AWP on the site, so this is going to be a bit more difficult for Penta to push their way onto. Almost a carbon copy of the last round, except for the last time the bomb was in the 3-player strong or long push. This time it's on catwalk side instead. So to be Apex that's seeing action, it's going to go for the underarm flashes to make sure anyone pushing will get somebody taken down. And now here comes Envious. The first kill goes his way. Why is the camera switching to B? There's things I'll never understand in this world, and that's one of them. But now the terrorists are starting to come up long. As Tarsin is going to be throwing the smoke for the cross. Envious is about to get hot on the site for him. Or is it actually? It lands on the wrong side of the site. But Tarsin comes in with 2 entries and lights this round back up. 13 seconds left, and Envious are in good position to try and retake this. There's a flash, and here comes Devil. He's been godlike so far on this map, but he's not going to play any further part of this round. MBK with the AK spray down, leaving it a 2-on-2. Both the Penta members are on the long side. And the bomb is planted for them, but here comes MBK. Flicking so hard, he nearly spun around in a circle, but he's going to get the defuse. 13-9. What a round of Counter-Strike that was. Back and forth until the very end. Penta coming out second best. But as a result of that buy, they will have a solid... Sorry, as a result of the bomb plant, pardon me, they'll have a solid buy. If I could speak English, that would probably be quite useful. Envious or Penta? Who's the best for me? Envious. Hands down. It's pretty easy answer to give. Yeah, definitely the better team. P90. Apex is trying to pile on the tears. The misery for Penta. Kenny. Just doing Kenny things. Lands the AWP shot onto his opposite number. Down goes Mike S. Meanwhile, MBK is going to be on the prowl. There's one spray and a second. The M4 on point, leaving Crystal. Get dispatched courtesy of Happy, and now this map is starting to get out of control for Penta. They take 9 armors maybe if they don't want to go in for a force. It's completely down to how much they want to have an AWP in the next round, and it's going to be the force here instead. AK, Steagles, and a scout. Better rifler between Kenny and Guardian. That's actually quite tough. So is that trade for Apex. He goes for another P90. This time he's going to get no kills. Happy was watching mid, but now he has to dart across the long to help his teammate out. And that's basically what the opening pick going the way of the terrorist does. It forces the CTs to then spread themselves a little bit more thin to get more map control. I don't know, I'd probably say Guardian is the better of the riflers, but it's kind of tough to say. Happy's heard so many footsteps. The pull must be coming through now. It's going to be Envious off the site, who's doing the damage. He's already picked up 2, looks for a third one. Isn't going to get it. Meanwhile, Happy, who could hear the pitter-patter of footsteps, now has to try and retake with NBK. NBK is going to be coming up from short side, but this should be Tarsin's frag. Tarsin with a spray. What's happening? Tarsin finally gets it, but he made a bit of a meal out of it. Now Happy knows where he is. Comes around the corner, lands the frag, but uses one of his flashbangs. He does have a second one. Time is ticking down briskly, and Crystal may very well have him on the cross. Look at that position. That is dirty, Crystal. That is dirty, and Happy falls to his death. Gets owned by gravity. Feels bad, man. Just cratered. Rip. That position's pretty dirty though by Crystal. Here's the setup that we've seen before. Apex, don't worry, he doesn't have some kind of a fetish for walls. He's there for the counter flash spot. He's not just, you know, headbutting the wall. He's done with his life at this point. There's a reason for it. Kenny S, in the meanwhile, realizing that no one has catwalk control, is going to start to wrap himself back towards the A site itself, and that's the correct decision. As from the benefit of the spectator's viewpoint, you can see that Penta are about to execute with Molotovs and smokes. Here comes the push. Kenny could be the main difference maker. Or could it be Happy, who's already got himself round the back? He is going to be doing some serious damage, but unfortunately for Envious, he's only going to be able to pick up himself a couple of kills, and that may not be good enough into this round, unless Devil can go ham with the AK. He's going to get one spray for his troubles. Now a 1-on-2. It's MPK's Deagle. That's in play. Narrowly missing out on the 1 dig, but it's going to be coming back in again. Lots of grenades being thrown his way. Jumping dig. I'm so happy that didn't land. Not like this. You can see MBK is desperate to just see a head peeking over the corner to try and convert that, but Penta are playing this one very smart. They know he has to come up from this side. There's no point giving their lives away for free. Oh, that shot, MBK. That is filth. That is dirt. The second shot too, MBK. It's going to be close on the defuse. I'm not sure he's got this, but those 2 one-taps were delicious. 3, 2, 1. He just about has it. MBK with the clutch of dreams. And Penta gets spanked again. At this point, Penta have just tilted off the face of the planet. They are done. Double scout buy, couple of assault rifles. Apex, in the meanwhile, is going to try and finish off this map. Looking like it could be going the way of 16-10. Lowell will answer back with a kill of his own. And a long control has been taken, but it's on the T side. They haven't quite got through onto the site itself. Kenny is playing with fire here. I'm not sure how he's still alive. I mean, surely he should have ate enough bullets, but he's still on 100 health. What is actually happening? And this is where Penta would love to have some nades to play with. Kenny goes back in for yet another peek. Here comes the smoke. There's the first kill that Kenny's going to land in this round. And that probably is the round going away. The second one. By far one of the hardest shots that he's even attempted to pull off in this round. And of course it's Kenny. He's landed it. Crystal and his scout are trying to pull off a miracle. And it's not going to happen. Envious take the map 16-10. We had some crazy moments in that. MBK's clutch being one of them. A thoroughly enjoyable map of Counter-Strike. But it is going to go the way of Envious, which leaves us with Mirage to tie things up for this evening's proceedings. We have one more map coming at you guys. Again, it's going to be Envious versus Penta over on Mirage. Should be a good one. I'm going to get myself a drink because I am struggling now. I'll catch you guys in a few minutes' time. Alright, ladies and gents, how you guys doing? I think we're getting there soon. We have 9 players on the server, but it does include a couple of coaches. So what I'll do is, as I know you guys like watching the warm-up, rather than just watching an AFK screen, I'll pop the warm-up on for you, and it also gives you a chance to know basically how close we are to going live. I'll just chat with you guys while we're waiting. If you have any questions or any of that good stuff, then fire them away in chat. If not, we'll just chill and watch warm-up together. It'll be nice and romantic. How do you go about becoming a caster? Hyperion? A lot of practice, record yourself casting, just go watch some demos, easily able to find them. And then once you feel like you've got to a level where maybe you could start to do some casts live, then send those demos off to companies. It's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Nothing too complicated about it, but it's going to take... Unless you have some crazy natural talent, it's going to probably take quite a while before you get noticed and quite a while before you're doing events. So I just should probably mention that. It's not going to be a case of you send a demo in and then suddenly you're casting like an event the next day. What's up, Alexi Messi? How you doing? Are you budget and correct, Chris? I am. I'll slap the cat pride out of you, mate. Do you think Newcastle will win the championship? I really hope so, Geordie Gamer. I really do hope so. I think they've got a good chance. A couple of rough results, though. Over the last couple of weeks, but I think under Rafa Benitez we should be able. If we don't win it, I still think we'll get promoted. I think we'll get go up in one of those spots. FPS? Huh? I'm streaming to 60 FPS, so that should be fine. Yep, if the sound is delayed, boys, again, it's the same issue as always. Refresh the stream. It's an issue with Twitch. I don't know what it is. For some reason, it just seems to be on this channel. But hit the refresh button, and it should fix any delay issues for you. I have been to Switzerland, but I think I was there when I was quite young, and I just drove through it. But my dad was in the military, so we travelled a lot around Europe, especially. So I'm pretty sure I have gone through Switzerland a couple of times, but not to stay or anything like that. I definitely don't remember Switzerland if I was there. I would have been like 5 or something like that. Play some bass on the ESL stream. Gold, I actually thought about doing this, especially like the last match, if you guys didn't catch it, between VP and Flipside. It was 1-1, but very strangely, both maps were incredibly one-sided, and so we had like 30-40 minute break in between. So I thought about playing bass then, but you can't play copyrighted songs. I was told not to do that, so we have a playlist that is copyright friendly, let's say. Yeah, Snitch, it is a Twitch issue. You just hit the refresh button, it'll fix all the problems. What's your CSGO rank? I am Global Elite. You what, Vuda? I said my dad was in the military. That's why I travel around a lot. It would be a bit messed up if I was like 5 years old in the military. I'm not sure how that would work, but... Maybe in some countries. Do you play a lot of CSGO? Yes, I do. But I can. I mean, I've just been to 2 events back to back, so I haven't had many days at home. I think I've had... In the last 2 or 3 weeks, I think I've had 2 or 3 days at home. So I haven't really had much of a chance to play CS, but I do play a lot of CS when I have the chance. I stream a lot of it as well. Cheeky plug. Cheeky sellout. Yeah, UK Global basically means nothing, by the way. So I'm not saying, like, I'm global, therefore I'm pro. Nope. I play global. I drop some pretty crappy games. And I also play with some people that I'm sure have been boosted. So, you know. What role are you? I mean, Reaper, I don't think in matchmaking you can really necessarily say you have a role. But I would say if I was to play in a team, I'd probably be an entry fragger. There's like 90% of my game is reaction speed. I've got good reaction speed, but my movement and game sense is toilet duck when I'm playing, so...
Terrorists win.
Can you say your Twitch? Yo, mate. It's there. What are you guys saying RIP for? Look, you're actually going to make me alt-tab to check to make sure I'm still live. If you guys have trolled me, this is where the interaction with Twitch chat dies. Do you understand? I want you to understand. If this is a troll, I'm not looking at chat another time, and it looks like I haven't gone down. So you guys are assholes, okay? What? So did the stream just go down, guys? Did it actually go down? I thought you guys were trolling me. So okay. Here's the thing. I didn't drop a single frame. It said I was streaming throughout, and so I was like, "You guys are trolling me. You're such assholes." And then you said it's saved. It's back up. So all you probably heard me say was, "You're assholes." Sick. Sick, mate. Just casually offend the whole of chat, of course, and you actually tell the truth. I have no idea what happened. I guess Twitch is having some issues right now, but I haven't dropped a single frame, just not on my end at least. I take it back, you know, assholes. You not take it back, guys, please. Forgive me. Bruh. What's my Twitch channel? It's just metas. If someone puts exclamation point caster in, it's basically metas from that. Or you can go on Twitter and just click the link directly. I hope the stream doesn't go down again. I hope Twitch is going to be stable here, because at least that was in the warm-up, so you didn't miss anything. But we are going to be live now in map number 2 between Envious and Penta. Envious, of course, picking up the first map. I believe it was 16-10 in the end. I do have goldfish memory, but I'm pretty sure it was 16-10 after MBK pulled off one of the sexiest 1v2 clutches you're going to see in quite some time. You're not an a-hole, God. I take it back. I'm sorry, bruh. Meanwhile, though, Envious are going to be playing for the retake, and they were hoping that Apex could stay alive to deliver some one-taps on the retrieve, but instead he will go down. There's MBK though with 2 one-taps of his own. He's keeping that pistol steady for now. Lowell, last remaining terrorist, is going to pick himself up 1 frag and a second one, but there's the bomb. Going to get defused as the grenade lands by his feet. Envious will take the first pistol and start with Mirage in convincing fashion. And I can't be the only person that thinks the whiteout P250 looks like complete garbage. I just can't be the only person that thinks that. It looks horrible. Isn't it, like, crazy expensive as well compared to other P250s? That's a whole lot of blue on that M9 case hardened. But Crystal's going to be running with the P250 right up into the face of Apex with double touchdowns and then the MP9 frag afterwards. Rip Penta. Rip in pieces, quite literally. That nades fragmenting the A push. Now the bomb in the hands of Tarsin is going to have to just back away from this pretty sketchy position. Apex with a 4th, and, well, he wants the ace. And it looks like where my guess is he could very well pick up the ace. And there we go, jumping headshot, Apex with 5. And that's a lot of money in his back pocket. He's now up to 6k. That's pretty ridiculous. Drops the M4 to Devil, who had a really good performance in Dust 2. It has to be highlighted. A guy that often will get scapegoated on Envious. Ace Pex. I like it. I like it. Accurate. He's been landing some crazy 4Ks and 5Ks lately. I mean, I've said this before a couple of times, but it's just, I can't get over how well Apex is playing right now. He's hit a really good patch of form. And it's hard to deal with him when he's on this kind of a tear. Penta now with AKs and a Galil. Ultimately tossing the bomb. And all in alongside. the ramp push. The problem is that, again, there's grenades and Apex is there. He's get himself a 1 frag, but here comes Crystal with one. They have Lances back with the M4 that was dropped at spawn, and he could very well be going down afterwards. How is he still alive? He actually comes out into the open, and he will meet his demise, but he took a lot more bullets than was expected. And in the meanwhile, Happy, forever just hiding on Sandwich. MBK is correctly called. This is going to be a B hit, and he quickly scurries across to the other side of the map. Now it seems Happy has the same idea. So in he goes. But that bomb could still easily come through underpass, and it seems like this is going to be the double rotation. So Tarsin now taking the bomb to A. It's where Happy's going to be residing with his M4. And judging from where Tarsin is, it's likely he may very well go up the staircase. So if Happy just peeks up, he could easily pick up the bomb on the cross, and Tarsin's going to do it. Oh no, he does land the shot though, lands the headshot. Happy gets put in his place. So now MBK in a nightmarish, hellish 1v3. I assume that MBK is just going to tap out of this round and try and save. Indeed he will. So it's going to be Penta taking a round back for themselves at 2-1. Can MBK keep this weapon though? He's actually tapping from long range, does get the frag, but now this opens up things for Mike S, who's already made a move around the left-hand side. I believe that MBK may have heard him as he jumped through the window. Mike S will be pushing and will take the M4 away from Envious, so that's a pretty important frag, and you can see what that does to the economy. If they save one of these weapons, then they could have dropped to Devils and put 2.7k, then bought up the rest of the team. They're still going to buy, but this is going to put Devil into a UMP as opposed to a rifle, and MBK may very well follow the same suit. He's going to go for the scout. He's a player that's known, honestly, he's known for being a scout player on B, jumping up into the B apps, looking for those tasty one-taps. So normally you'd say a Mirage, like a scout's nothing too spectacular, but in the hands of MBK, like this can be a game changer. So I'll have to wait and see if it comes to fruition. Lola, meanwhile, is going to be spamming down on mid, and Penta looking for some sweet mid control. Kenny S should get the drop on Lowell, actually lets him go by. So the call will come through. Now Kenny's going to try and wrap himself around the back. I mean, this is a pretty ballsy play in the sense that if someone's underpass, he would be a dead man, but instead he does get the better of the frag and now can assume connector control for himself. So a decent opening pick. It's going to be Lowell that feels the pinch. Envious don't have anyone peeking over on the catwalk side, so they're not going to have mid control any longer. Especially as Kenny S has now moved away from window, but that's Devil with a perfect timing peek. Passing the player that gets wrecked next, and now Penta into somewhat of a tenuous situation. Looking to force their way out here. Crystal on Palace. Stefan and Mike S out on the Tetris side. Stefan's going to get the spray down. Can he get any more for his troubles though? Kenny S, meanwhile, is just around the side of Firebox. Meanwhile, Happy on the ticket booth, and it's all down to Mike S, and he can't do anything. Solid round for Envious, all things considered, and I think Kenny S's play out of the window, the frag onto connector was super important. It just alleviated a lot of the pressure. And now Penta are into an eco. Who's the best caster in my opinion? I feel like you can't necessarily say the best caster, right? I feel like the way that CS is developed broadcasting wise, and it isn't an eco by the way, just to correct myself, I actually went for a force with 2 AKs. But I think you have to say duo, and I think all three of the top duos are amazing. But I'd probably still side with Anders and Samler. Because these guys have been doing it for so long, and I don't know, they've been at a very good level for a long time. Apex will be pushing towards Palace, and Mike S will get the better of him as well. So that opens up Palace nicely. The rest of the team is starting to force their way out. Mike S is going to get himself a second frag. Beautiful entry work. And that will be the site taken. Penta's force spy certainly paying out in spades. Crystal's going to get the plant. They do have Happy, who's on the staircase waiting to see a couple of players, but He's gonna get nothing out of this one. Goes for the spam through the boxes. Does land the frag, but runs out of bullets. So he has to turn his attention. Lands the tap through the box. And then the nade lands by the feet of Crystal. And that, opens up this round for a potential retake. Out of nothing, I thought this was definitely going to be going the way of Penta. But now, there's a couple of question marks over the round. Especially, as Happy's in the perfect position to strike. He's got the first one and the second one. Happy, are you actually serious? You can't be serious. He's picked up the ace of the clutch. And Envious are going to pull this round out their backside. What the actual hell did I just witness?
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh my god. Happy with one of the craziest clutches you will see. Just out of nowhere. It's typically those kind of clutches that you just never see coming. They just creep up on you. I don't think we're going to be able to beat that today, boys. I think that's probably the play of the match. And the play of the night. Apex. I'm trying to hold this on. I'm kind of flustered at this point, guys. Like, in a way, I just want to have a moment of silence for Penta's confidence for their life. Happy with the triple nade. Oh my god, what is happening? What is life? What is Counter-Strike? Mike S now with a P250. He's going to die to Kenny S. I'm just done. I'm just done, boys.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
So yeah, Happy in his last two rounds. I just want to throw a stat out there for you as well, by the way. Before the last two rounds, Happy had a grand total of 0 kills. He's now on 8. He got an ace and he got a triple nade. So, what a difference a couple rounds can make, right? I don't think I've witnessed back-to-back rounds as awesome as that, by the way. That is just nuts. And it appears that Penta, who are not going to be deterred by the fact they just got aced and triple naded over on A, are going to go back there again, and it's going to be a very similar result with everyone dying. I also love how the auto director is like, what's that, bro? You got all the terrorists pushing into A site, and we have just like a random CT player on B by himself. We'll switch to that guy. No one's interested in seeing the frags, of course. Jesus. It seems Penta have finally had enough of A site. Well, this could be playing into the M4 of MBK. They must know that he's going to be here. I mean, MBK is always around the B apps. Rash B. MBK by his lonesome for now, but he does have some backup in the hands of Kenny S. Again, let's watch the player that's nowhere near the action, auto director. That is fantastic. Steph with double frags, though, with the Tech 9 as Lola's going to be watching the back. Now, there is a reason to watch him, because Happy's about to come around the corner, and he is going to get destroyed. Kenny S with the AWP. Last player.
Bomb has been planted.
Wants to save. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not intelligent enough or talented enough to multitask streaming, solo casting, and controlling the camera by myself. Maybe one day I can aspire to be that cool, but today's not that day. Rip Tarson. And Rip Stefan, so they're not going to be taking this up away from Kenny. In fact, yes, they will. I stand corrected. I didn't see Lowell chilling out on the backside there. So the AWP will be denied, and as a result of all the madness that's ensued, the likes of the clutch, the economy for Envious has been consistently fairly low, so this is going to force them now into a buy that's not going to be great. Again, that's MBK on the scout. on the B sides, and an AWP for Kenny S. Wrecked. Yep. Definitely just got wrecked, mate. Not too far away with the AWP smoke bang. So Mike S can breathe easy. Tarsin actually has the AWP, which is interesting because typically it would be Mike S. So I'm not sure if that was off spawn. Didn't quite catch that, but I will see if he uses the AWP into the next round, if they can retain it. What are you drinking? Just water, I'm boring. How many times did Happy make you nut? I mean, twice, probably. Devil just chilling, looking at the floor. Pretty interesting there. Here comes a flash into the peak, and the UMP is on point with the spray, landing the headshot. So early doors sees Tarsin, who was running with the AWP, dead and buried. Now Mike S has picked it up. And Apex is watching, waiting, preying on the weak, preying on the terrorists that push his location. He can also hear footsteps. That's going to be a call to the rest of his team. And now he spots the peak up in the window as the boost will not be paying off. He must know there's a second player down there as he gets picked off from Mike S on the cross. So decent little AWP shot there from Mike S, but his team still find themselves a player down with 22 seconds left. They're going to have to get a move on right here, right now. And Kenny S, of course, will deliver the headshot, leaving it all on Lowell. And by headshot, of course, I mean the AWP shot. Not quite the same thing. The same result, though. Do we see a way for Penta to get back into this game, boys? While you answer that question. Kenny S 12 and 5, Apex 10 and 7, and then for Penta it's Lowell, who is by far and away outbragging the rest of his team actually on 10 for 7 as well with 2 assists. So he needs a bit of support here. He's supporting Cast. At the moment he is all by his lonesome. MBK jumping up and down with the scout. Stefan's going to be peeking him first if they do go through on this push. Nay. There's quite a lot of nay. Nay, fam. Hell nah. Envious back. Hard to say, really. The Gfinity win definitely would have gave them confidence, but I want to see them in more tournaments. I want to see them in bigger tournaments. I would say that the signs are looking good, though. I'm optimistic. Grenade goes through, and MBK, being a real pain in the rear end, is going to do a bit of damage to Tarsin. Down to 28, he will go. So, scout shot did land on him. Just a chest shot, nothing else. Now Kenny S with a CZ close range to make this one sing for him. Stefan goes down, picks up the Tech 9, and the rest of the terrorists are in jail in BAPS. They can't push out any further. This is now Kenny S to get a second frag. MPK's also going to bag himself one with a scout. Crystal trying to bounce back out with the AK-47 alongside Lowell. But there's the UMP as Devil. It's going to be one side of a tasty Crystal sandwich, the other being Happy. And Penta continued to get slaughtered. Are they going to force? They have some round loss bonus coming in, so they can't afford next round. I feel like if you had this economy on CT side, you'd probably force up because you'd have the double eco anyway, but T side it's alright. I don't have a favourite team, dude. I get asked that a lot. I just don't have a favourite team. I have players I really enjoy watching, like Snacks, Guardian, Stewie. I don't have a favourite team, though. You can hear the footsteps. Ooh, that would have been such a ridiculous shot if he landed that onto Stefan, but this grenade actually could finish it off. There we go, right by the hands. Why the hell not a triple kill, Kenny S? Settle down, mate. 4 kills. Unreal. He's not going to get the ace. It was against an eco, so I can't quite nut the same way I did over the Happy play. But that's at least a good semi. At least. Full AKs for Penta. And Envious are back in. As they have been. And look at this as well. How many times do you see this? Envious, 4 assault rifles. All of them AK-47s, of course. No M4s to be seen. You've got 9 AKs on the battlefield. For anyone that asks what's better, M4 or AK, I think you just had your answer to that question. Pretty resoundingly so. Kenny's back to his old self, it seems, at least this last week or so. He's been performing very well. That grenade has damage written all over it. Lowell's going to catch that in his pocket, down to 35. And Penta looking very much toothless on their T aggression so far. I did say at the start of this, I felt like Penta had the better chance than Dusty. I thought Mirage would be far too difficult for them to pick up. And so far, that appears to be the case. Still a bit of time to play with, of course. That's a nice flash into a pick from Lowell. It keeps the fire burning bright. But there's only 30 seconds left on the timer, and Penta still haven't really weakened any of the remaining CTs. There's a solid setup in place too. So 2-2 formation. Whatever happens, Penta are going to be up against the crossfire. There's MBK with the first one, and now Penta is just going to push right in. It has to come down to the entry. Oh, Lowell with a beautiful headshot onto Happy. I thought it was a one-tap at first, but he did spray down towards the end. And there's a second one. Lowell is really shifting through the gears. Apex has to try and clutch this 1 on 3. All 3 players are low, though. This is actually doable by Apex's standards. Misses out on the first shot. He's got a kit as well, but no nades. This is where grenades would be so deadly for the terrorists. First headshot has delivered, though, for Apex. He knows roughly where the second player is. It's going to be Lowell. He's picked that one up too. But now he's probably going to think this third player is around the short side. And unfortunately for him, Mike S was chilling next to the truck. Envious will not get another sick clutch. Penta will take up a third round, but very close in the end. Nice try from Apex. Double ops in play, MBK. I assume he'll just be playing on B again. Obviously Kenny S in window. And, oh, this looks like it's going to be a fast A hit. Typically the A hits have not been paying off for Penta though. They've been completely shut down. Apex, who's played this position a couple of times already today with the MP9, is now going to be running it with the M4. And there's the flash into peak, but Lowell answers back. That could be the green light given for the fast all-out push, but Happy in the meanwhile takes down the two-pronged attack. They wanted to push someone through connector too, and now it's going to be very one-dimensional from Penta, and you assume they'll get picked off. I'm sure Happy just saw the head. I'm surprised he didn't actually see the head of Mike S, who was at the back of the site. I swear I did on his screen anyway, but that's going to cost him his life. MBK's Incendiary could do some serious damage. It lands a bit too deep, but he gets the double kill. Lowell does just about get cooked on the edge, and Team Envious continue to clutch. Penta continue to fall at the finish line. And now their economy is busted. How many times have we even seen clutches from Envious? That must have been the 4th or 5th time. Kenny's 19 frags already, by the way, and we haven't hit half-time yet. What can you do against Apex when he's like this? Just so aggressive. Devil caught in 2 minds with his grenade out in his hands. And he's going to get at least 1 kill, so it's not a terrible trade, all things considered. Could have gone a whole lot worse. But this is going to afford Penta the chance to get the plants. The bomb's a little bit late to the site, but actually they haven't been able to cross, so I say they're going to be getting the plant. That's not a guarantee just yet. It's still around Tetris. Look at Happy! He has this reputation of being like a super passive, like lurker. Nah, screw that noise, boys. Through the smoke with the USP. Come at me, bro. The one-man army shuts it down on Sandwich, and now Penta have a force bite in the last round of the half. And Crystal, who's typically a player on Penta, you're expecting to see like a bunch of frags come from. He's 4 and 13. I mean, that's not really what you want to see. Penta back to another A hit. So Crystal's going to be taking point with the Deagle, so he can get himself the 1-tap. Straight out. Apex is going to get the better of him, and here comes the spray, and, well, I'm getting deja vu, boys. We've been here before. It's an A hit that is going to be squashed very, very comfortably. Mike S from Envious gets caught switching weapons. 12-3. Envious are looking dominant. Wonder what Penta comms are like at this point. That's a good point. Probably dejected, honestly. When you think of the plays, like, yeah, it's 12-3. It looks really bad for Penta. But let's keep into account that we've had 4 or 5 clutches, some of which have been absolutely nuts, like 2v4 clutches, aces, MBK, sick double. On another day, this could easily be like an 8-7 half. So I don't know if Penta takes some kind of positive out of that and say, look, this could have been a much closer game if they just, you know, the heads out really low and they're wondering what if we'd have got those rounds going our way. It's really hard to say, honestly, but I don't really want to give any fake optimism. This map should be closed out now. Like, Envious, I don't see how Envious lose from this point, especially when you've got players performing so crazy good on this side. Is Penta still the best team in the world?
What?
I have to hope that's a troll. Usually Envious's T sides have seemed to be worse than Raj lately. That may very well be true, but I just the way Envious has been playing, like with how good Apex has been, I just don't see them not getting this from this point. Are they? Yes. Penta, you get Counter-Strike. Please detect the heavy sarcasm. You get Counter-Strike. Penta are the best team in the world. Envious are pretty trash. So, it's a really surprising result. What am I drinking? What's up? Is that Mark B? How you doing? I've seen Dan M's channel. I have indeed. Yeah, of course, someone's gonna now oddshot that or like take that recording and then say like, "Nez actually thinks Penta are a really sick team, like best team in the world. What a trash caster, what a scrub." Brilliant. What role do I do? What do you mean, as a caster or as a player? As a caster, I'm a play-by-play caster. As a player, I mean, all I really play is matchmaking. I don't play for a team or anything. But I suppose if I had to label my role, it would be entry frag / lurk, I guess. Why is MBK so few impact frags? Pisborough, have you... is it Siberia? Siberia, maybe? Have you seen this game, dude? He's landed some crazy impact kills. He's landed like 2 or 3 huge clutches. Been playing very well. Lowell continues to be the only player on Penta that is even remotely performing right now. I mean, there's 21 frags on the rest of his team and he's got 17. What? Penta, please. Sort it out, mate. MBK off by himself actually does land so much damage onto Lowell, down to 22. Right off the bat. Yeah, I'm a lurk caster. Come out of nowhere and just scream in your ears, play really loud music, and then leave again. Rank, I'm silver. Silver 1, if that even exists. So Penta are setting up for the retake. Apex for the block. Spam is going to take down Tarsin. And Envious are looking to finish this off briskly, shortly. They don't want to play any further part in this matchup, and Penta have a really tall task ahead of them if they want to try and keep this map alive. Mike S gets executed, face plants on the desk, and now Crystal is going to be coming in with his P2000. He's the last remaining player. He's been having a bit of a lackluster map, but Kenny S will silence him with MBK getting the assist. That's probably all she wrote. If you get any pro player skills to yourself, whose would you take? I'd take Simple. That amount of potential and talent? Give me that. Yes, please. So I'd be like simple with the skills and talents, but not like trying to eat all my teammates. Or bite their heads off. Kenny's been tagged, down to 9. Has the Mac 10, so it's not the end of the world, but Penta have such a lackluster amount of weapons to play with. The AK now has been picked up by Stefan, but here we go. As soon as Tarsin comes in, 2 players now very low. So Penta may be able to salvage this round. It's asking a lot. MBK, okay then mate, just on a swivel, smashes Tarsin. Mike S and Stefan, one of which is in Palace, but the smoke in his eyes, he can't really stop anything. He's faking the bomb, try and draw out the CT. They seem to realise that Stefan's somewhere around that location. Mike S just chilling outside a window, coming through the motor holes, and now be pushing in. Lives up to its name as he has been devastated courtesy of Happy, and now he's about to get picked off from the side, and Envious will keep the win streak going. Am I casting any more games after this? No, this is the end of the EU side of the EPL for tonight. Not sure when the next B stream matches are coming up. I think it might be a little bit of a break. Obviously on the main stream there's still going to be games coming up over the next couple of weeks or whatever, but this is it done for me, at least for tonight. Do you think the UK scene will ever be as big as the URNA? Not right now. It's too much inward squabbling with players, but pull that forward for a second. My Kess gets a 2-for-1 with the shotgun, farming the kills. Get off my land. The apps is his, but Happy may have a couple of things to say about that one with 3 quick fire AK frags, and now my Kess has gone down in a blink of an eye. 4 kills go back the way of the terrorists, and Stefan with his 5-7. Both players low. This is 5-7 territory for sure, and Kenny could be the first man to fall. This 2-on-1 confrontation. He also has an incendiary, which is something you should watch out for. It's about to be tossed towards the side. Kenny is about to get hot in there. Gets put out into the open. The 5-7 will reign supreme. And now Happy's AK will have to contend with the 5-7. There is a smoke. Stefan could throw this on the site and maybe try and draw out Happy. He's got a flash as well and a kit. This could be Ninja defuse territory. He's actually been using this. Why hasn't he used his smoke just yet? I have no idea what's going on. Finally, he's going to use it, but it's too little too late. But Happy gets picked off anyway. Stefan's going to get the clutch. He has enough time for the defuse. And Penta will live another round at least. I'm so curious why he didn't throw the smoke earlier. I was getting a bit worried for the man. I'll probably just go ahead and stream after this, I guess. Smoke on ramp. Gotta keep Envious there for now. 16-14 comeback. I don't know, boys. With the first one, but here comes the counter push onto A. Stefan with the spray down, MBK will answer back. And Happy in the meanwhile, no surprises where he's pushing. It's going to be up through underpass. My guess will take him down though. And fair play, Penta CT side seems to be holding pretty well so far. They've had some hiccups, of course, their economy hasn't ever been stabilised, but they're landing the frags where it counts. MBK is peering into jungle, needs to be so careful once that smoke clears. Tarsin could very well have a peek, plus Lowell's there as well. MBK dropping down. Tarsin can hear all of this. The spray through the boxes bests him, and it's not going to be the plan anytime soon. Kenny S though in up 1-on-3. The flash tossed out by the CT's not going to be deterring him too much. He doesn't have any Kevlar, but you know that if Kenny's on form, he's going to land these shots anyway. Has just spotted Tarsin hopping up and back. There's the flashbang coming around the corner as Kenny S is going to have 2 CTs to contend with. Too much to deal with. He was basically forced into it because of the time. And Envious will not be closing out the map just yet. Double ops in play for Penta. What's in the mainstream? I'm not actually sure what game it is, but there will be another match on the mainstream right now. Maybe someone can type in chat what the mainstream is. Nade only doing 8 damage. If MBK kept pushing, there would have been a lot more, but a chunk of his health. There, that's more like it. The grenade onto Kenny S, down to 1. Oh, what a one-tap that is from MBK. He's looking for a second one. Tarsin has to be so careful. Peeking MBK in this kind of form could very well spell doom. Oh my goodness, not like this, Penta. Not like this. You were starting to get some kind of momentum going your way. Stefan's the only player to get a frag. There's Apex. That's 3 separate terrorists who've landed 1 deeks now. And Devil with the deagle is now going to pick up the AWP. Tarsin will drop him, but he's now the last remaining CT as Kenny S to be all got his frag with the deagle. So 4 separate players have got kills this round. All with deagles, all with 1-taps. Can MBK pick up his second? Tarsin's going to miss out on the opportunity, and there's MBK. Team Envious are going to pick up another round, putting them in 10 match points. And Penta just got dismantled. So it looks like it may be the beginning of the end. Envious will shoot up 10 and 5 in the EPL if they convert this. This will put them in a pretty good position to get themselves qualified. Happy and Devil are there. Kenny S meanwhile is watching the back. Misses a shot, but opens up for the Tech 9 the sidearm. Trusty as ever, leaving Lowell, the player that started this half in really good form, is now actually struggling a little bit, but he's going to have to try and clutch this if he wants to keep his team in it. Smoke some mollies in his eyes, and now he's going to be looking at grenade lands by his feet. And there we go. Apex is going to round it off. 2-0 in the end sees Envious take it in style. The first map was full of twists and turns. The second map had some crazy plays that I'm sure on Reddit right now. Happy in particular. What was that ace? What was that triple nade? I'll never quite understand. But it was a very enjoyable night of Counter-Strike. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed. My name's Metis. !Caster if you want to hit me up on Twitter. And that's me done for now. I'm going to go ahead and get myself a drink. So thanks a lot for watching, guys. Check out the main stream as well. I'm sure it'll still be going on, or maybe it's just about to come to a close. There's still more Counter-Strike being played. I believe there's also an NA side later on this evening, so you should definitely check that out too. But for me, I'm going to head off. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. Take care of yourselves. fuck, is this crashed or what?